Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Sorry for the 1 hour delayed start tonight. I tried to communicate, you can only do so much, but I tried to communicate that tonight's show is in flux as I was on, and I'll explain all of this. It's fine. Everything is okay. Everything's good. All right. But I tried to communicate on Twitter and locals that the stream was questionable if it would happen tonight. I didn't know. But here we are. Everything is good. Everything is good. I will tell the story. I was on Adam Krigler's show today. I've done 2 shows today already. Eric Hunley's show and Adam Krigler's show. I think I announced both of those on locals, and I think I also announced them both on Twitter. But I was able to go on both of their shows. And right at the end of Adam Krigler's show, my wife came down and said, hey, you almost done? I was like, yeah. Why? And she said that our daughter was not feeling well. She was complaining about her stomach hurting. Now, she had been complaining a little bit earlier in the day, but she was just acting kind of like she was tired. And she was tired. And so I told her to take a nap. I gave her some Pepto-Bismol and she threw up. And then while I was on the show, she threw up a couple more times. And so it was like, okay, well, we need to, I guess, go to the doctor because she's in pain in her stomach. She's only 6. So it's kind of hard to get good articulate answers, even though she is a very articulate child. For a kid to describe how they're sick it's a tough thing. So she had no fever or anything though. So we're just like, well, what the hell is this? So we had to go to take her into the doctor. Not a big deal, except by the time Krigler's show was over, we could not get into urgent care. So we had to go to the hospital. Have to go to the ER because the urgent care is closed. Small town living, right? There's not a 24-hour urgent care. So you have to go to the hospital. This did not strike us as a hospital issue in the slightest. She was uncomfortable, but that's about that. So we went to the hospital and their biggest concern was like appendicitis, which, you want to make sure there's not appendicitis. Very, very critical to not have that. And they checked out everything. Everything looks fine. She took a little nausea medication there at the hospital. They had some, good prescription anti-nausea stuff. Once that hit, she took it and within a few minutes, she perked up. She's happy, chatty. So doc sent us home, said everything seems fine. Everything's good. We just have to watch her over the next day or two, make sure everything's good. But so everything's good. Thank you all for the well wishes. I know many of you drop messages on locals and Twitter and stuff like that. So it's very, very much appreciated. But I was trying to stress that this is not a normal hospital trip, like where things are actually crazy. If we could have gone to urgent care, we would have. But them's the ropes. The problem with going to the hospital was I knew the moment it said hospital that I was like, show's going to be iffy because hospitals take forever automatically. And so I got home a little bit after 11, got things set up, and here we are. Did you have Subway? Who the fuck are you? Who are you? It's right here. It's right here. I haven't I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten. I was gonna eat after Krigler's show. And that was so after Krigler's show, I have to cook gumbo tomorrow. We have a family get together tomorrow. I'm bringing gumbo. So that's great and all, except I needed a couple things from the store. So the plan was go to Krigler's show, go into town, grab stuff from the store, bring home pizza or something for the kids, whip up some food, get ready for the show. Everything's good. That didn't happen. I'm sitting in a hospital, and around 9:40, I'm like, I should probably go to the store and do the shopping because since COVID, everything it closes now. Like Walmart closes rather than just staying open like it used to. So I had to run in to Walmart, and it was right before Subway closed. I was like, well, I'm going to need to eat something. So I got a Subway sandwich. Gumbo on the Passover. Yeah. Dude, if Jesus would have known what gumbo was, he would have eaten gumbo on Passover too. Am I going to eat on stream? You filthy whore. I might do that actually. I might actually do that. No, our family get together, the theme is comfort foods. So there's going to be casseroles, gumbo, I don't know if someone's making chili. I think there's soup, deviled eggs. It's going to be fattening. It's going to be great. Gumbo's delicious. Okay, but anyway, so here we are. Here we are tonight. We've got a couple things to do. Very critical things to do. Damn it. I was gonna play a drinking game with the chat, and I don't think I can now because it's so late already. So I'm gonna save the drinking game. I think. Yeah. Heel, they don't call them hot pots, they call them hot dishes. But yeah. So I'm gonna probably I'll have a little bit. I've got this really good bourbon that I found. Joseph Magnus bourbon. The light is hitting it. Joseph Magnus bourbon. My bottle was $115. So it's not the most expensive bourbon, but it certainly isn't cheap. It is really, really good. This would go high on the list of recommended bourbons. And I'm talking like up there with actually expensive bottles. This is a very, very good bourbon. To me, I like it. It's not sour at all. It's finished in sherry and cognac casks. And the cognac, you can really, really taste the sort of velvety texture of cognac in this bourbon. It's so good. It is so fucking good. I gotta find more bottles of it. I mean, people always ask me for like a really good bourbon recommendation, and I haven't had one. I have not had a really good bourbon recommendation. This one is there. This is the one for me. So this is probably my top recommended bourbon for normal people, right? Unless you want to start spending $400 to $900 a bottle, which who does? Like, that's ridiculous. Generalissimo. No, I have not seen Jefferson's Cognac Cask Finish Rye. It's I haven't seen that at my local store at all. So I was going to do a drinking game. Now I'll just do some regular drinking. But we have a couple things to do. I want to recap Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard week 1. This is not going to be a long segment. I'll probably kind of do it really quickly. And then I want to have my editor be able to just clip it out this sort of summary of the first week. And in that video, I'm going to talk about, or in that segment, I'm going to talk about the issues that are present in the case, what the challenges and hurdles are, in my opinion, and how it's going to work out. I talked about it on Krigler's show. I've been meaning to get a video together, but well, little one's going to the hospital kind of cripples the workflow a little bit. Obviously, kids more important than any of that stuff, than any of the silliness. But I want to make sure and get something put together that I can release over the weekend, so people have a summary of the issues and what happened in the first week. So we're going to do that. And then Jack is back. Okay. This is, let me just show you. Let me show you what this is. Come on. Come on. Let me just show you what I'm talking about with Jack is back. Here we go. That's right. Jack is back. This gentleman, Benjamin Boyce, has done the first full-on interview since Jack left the internet. Look at this face. I gotta say. Oh boy. Look at just how this is a random pause moment. I'm clipping it. I'm clipping this out right there. That's a meme. That's a meme. Oh wait, we got to get it in 1080. Oh, 1440p. This man is he's got that good resolution. There we go. Now I've got a meme-worthy picture of Jack that I can mess with. So just so we're clear, I have permission to do this and have some commentary on it, to talk about it. But this is Benjamin Boyce. So guys, if you I don't like just going through someone's content without promoting them or whatever. So you could check out Benjamin Boyce's channel here on YouTube. I'm going to link it. Actually, let me link it in the description. Let's see. Jack interview by @Benjamin Boyce. Link him in the channel, the description of the show, if you want to go check out his channel. And I encourage you to watch this video or give it a click or two so that you can see what he has done. I haven't refreshed this, so I don't know how it's doing.
Later on, a bunch of damage, just phenomenal.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, he aired this video 9 hours ago, and I thought we might watch some of it. And see what happens. See what Jack has to say about being back. I'll give you a hint. Like, I have not watched the video yet. On Krigler's show, we watched about 2 minutes total. I clicked in 2 places and both of them were embarrassing. So I think my goal, I actually was going to watch the entire interview tonight. That was going to be the show, was commentary about Jack's interview with Benjamin was going to be the show tonight, but I don't know if we can do the whole thing. We'll see. We'll see what's up with that. Please browse the comments as well. Oh no. So we might do that. And then finally, if we get around to it, Ralph is having a time. If you don't know, the boys over at the Kino Casino, that would be PPP and Andy Worski, have Mr. Medicare on. And if all of those names sound like a gaggle of retards to you, you are probably the healthiest person on the internet. So just ignore everything else. But for those of you who know Andy Worski, Mr. Medicare, and PPP, PPP and Andy Worski have a show Their guest is Mr. Medicare. That would be Jim. Jim is the internet's dad. He's Daddy Jim of the internet, and he is there to give little Ralphie a spanking, and that is what they have been doing for several hours. And Kano Casino might be worth a watch tonight. I'm not. Look, I have made my peace with PPP, but some of the stuff he has said about Lady Rackets, that will always be kind of a like, okay. So I'm not keen to promote his stuff, but the show tonight is something that is probably worth checking out if Ralph is in your wheelhouse or purview. And yes, so they're sticking it to Ralph. Ralph is Ethan Ralph of the Kill Stream, or more recently the Tequila Sunrise, or whatever the fuck his show is called now. And Ralph has been having a meltdown for days, like actually days of melting down over anybody saying anything. Streamers with like 80 people start talking about Ralph, and he's in the comments like, "What the fuck you talking about? I'm the Ralphamale. I'm gonna give it to everybody. I'm the greatest. I don't care about nothing. I'm not scared of no jail. I don't scare. I don't even know what scare means." Ralph, he's unhinged. He's off of his fucking rocker and he's going nuts. So with that, people have been roasting him, and tonight, I mean, I think he's allegedly threatened some murder, just a little bit, just a mild murder of Gator and Medicare. Allegedly threatened a little bit of the old raping, the old rape, the old slippery dick, the old close eye sandwich, the old handcuff shuffle, the old clam clap. I don't know what other clever words can we come up with for rape. I don't even know what they would be. Is clam clap even one? If it is now, you're welcome. I just came up with the clam clap for you. So yeah, just it's the man's earlier today he had the biggest threat of all. I don't know, Ralph actually threatened to murder someone earlier today. This is true. Ralph threatened to go on a 2-mile jog, which he cannot do. That will kill him. Like that is not safe, and I cannot advocate his threatening of a person like that. He cannot do it. He cannot threaten to go on a 2-mile jog. He will die immediately. Very unsafe. Very unsafe. By the way, just to put it in context of where Ralph is right now, the threatened 2-mile murder hike or run or whatever it is to own Mr. Medicare. So I just, because that makes sense. Like, that's how you get revenge on someone. I don't know if you guys know this, but if like someone shit talking you online, you're like, "Listen here, motherfucker, I'm gonna go for a 2-mile jog right now in West Memphis." There you go. So we may be talking about that as we go. First, I'm going to hit the super chats that have come in. We're going to do that Depp versus Heard recap. Probably just take a couple minutes. And then we'll hit this Jack interview and see where the night takes us. And by the way, thank you all for showing up. It's not at the normal time. I really, really hate not being at the normal time. But it is what it is. Obviously, health of the kids is paramount. So With that, Ian Benoit says, tonight you are late and a great father. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Eclipse Warlord says, hail, hope everything is good with the raclet. With the raclet, she's great. Like we couldn't get her to be quiet once the medicine kicked in. I mean, she was jabbering up everything. She was so proud of herself because she got her blood drawn for, they had to do labs, and she got her blood drawn, and she's like, I didn't even flinch and it didn't hurt. I was just fine. And then they did a strep swab of her throat, and she's telling everybody, like, I had her FaceTime my parents or whatever and stuff, and then she told all of her siblings when they got home because she woke them up. But she's like, and when they did the swab, I didn't puke, not even once. Okay. But she's great. So thank you for asking. Balian says, shyster lawyer doing shyster lawyer things. Oh, and I guess being a good father. Well, some of us will be there for those hospital trips with our children. Some of us will be there. And then there's Ralph. Bob Piffle says, happy Easter, Nick. A sip or a shot for the fella on the cross? Come on, man. Of course. Did I hear the new MC Jarvo song about you? No, I heard that one was made, but I have not listened to it yet. I want to. I have not had a good occasion for it. All right. This one's for Jesus, man. The dude, the guy, whatever you believe about Jesus, divinity, God, Christianity. One thing that seems to be true is that Jesus seems to have been real, and a whole lot of people seem to have put a lot of faith into him. And the reasons that they did may be many, but by basically all of the existing accounts, and as far as we can tell, it's mainly because he was good. He was a good dude. He walked around and did good to people. And he talked to people. He gave them harsh truths. He told them honest things. But you'll notice one thing that I noticed a long time ago. Before he did that, he did good for them. And it's a model that we should all try to follow. We're going to fail, me especially, me most of all. But when we meet people, do a little bit of good in their lives before you preach to them. And I think personally, if more Christians modeled that behavior and emulated that behavior, 1, there'd be more Christians, and 3, there'd be less assholes, and 2, lawyers don't do math. Thanks, Jesus, for ruining math. Cheers, buddy. All right. Next, Jackson Kai says, just sending some prayers and well wishes. Glad everyone is okay. Hey, thank you, Jackson. Much appreciated. The Squid. I'm glad everything is okay. It's my weekend, and I'm camping and drinking more than normal. Hopefully, I'm awake for the unbreaded section. Yeah, hope so. Gene Jeffrey says, throwback a shot in celebration. My mom came home from having 4 heart stents put in after a heart attack. All is well, but I'm on the road and can't drink. Gene Jeffries to his mom. And I don't know about you. It's something about moms and grandmas going in for surgery and then coming out. You're always like, God, that's a tough lady, right? That's a tough, strong woman going in, having a heart attack, but going in, having doctors put in stents to shove tubes into your veins, to open them up, to use medical technology to flood literally life-giving blood and oxygen back into veins that have been choked off for too long. And to see them come out of that, again, something about moms and grandmas doing it. So to Gene Jeffrey's mom, may she be on a fast road to recovery and prolonged health better life, and many more years to come. Cheers. Next, Dark Strange Nico 17 says, "Hey Nick, I hope everything is good on your end." It is. It is. Thank you. Thank you for covering the case of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Hope she rots in jail. She's not going to jail. She's a disgrace to actual victims of abuse such as myself, who's a survivor of child abuse. Yeah, she will not be going to jail. It's a civil case, but she might be losing some money, and I hope so. The Squid says, "Do the drinking game, bigot. If I can still drink heavily at 30 years old, so can you. Quit acting so old." No, my hesitation is different. My hesitation is that I have to get up and go to a family function, and I've lost an hour already on it. So I'll reserve it for sometime next week. We'll do it. It's going to be great. It'll be fun. Capricious Tyrant says, "Haven't super chatted in a while, so here you go, I guess." Hey, thank you. Glad the Rackling is okay. I'm looking forward to Matsuri. Me too, buddy. Me too. And before anybody asks, I'm still trying to get info about it, but we'll see. We're coming up here. Aiden Bergen says, "I can't look at Jack and not think that the beard is a fake beard. I think the color on the beard is fake, personally, or that, it's curated, but I don't know if the beard itself is." A Series of Bats says, "Nick, wondering if we could watch that thrilling deposition from the manager of the Eastern Apartment Building again in its entirety." No. That was the worst. That was the worst. And oh, by the way, thank you for everybody who's watched the Isaac Baruch video. Baruch. I don't know how he says it. I always want to say Baruch. Thank you for everybody who's watched that video. It's doing well. I've got my editor working on Depp's sister and the Amber Heard's personal assistant, because I think there's some good stuff in that testimony that can be summarized down and condensed down. I think I really do think it'd be nice to have just kind of a refresher on what they have. We're going to be putting those up as soon as they're ready to go. And yes, I would love to have Isaac on for an interview right now with the way that Gina was removed from the case. With that happening, I'm not even reaching out to him, okay, until he is dismissed as a witness. I'm not messing with anything. When he is dismissed as a witness, which will probably be near the end of trial, I will happily send him a communication or an email. I can actually reach out to some people in the art community that I know, see if they have any contacts with him. Because I go to a couple private art events and stuff like that. And so I might know someone who knows him. But I will try and reach out and make that connection, because I think he'd be phenomenal, but I'm not risking anything at all. It kind of looks like Gina was removed from the case because someone clipped out part of Legal Bites' live stream and put it up on Instagram, and not Legal Bites, but someone else clipped it and put it on theirs, and she liked it. That's the report on what happened, as far as I can tell. And so that alone, that got it. That got her thrown out. I'm not reaching out to that guy at all. I don't want to be part of anything that jeopardizes Johnny Depp's case in any way. So that's that. But I have some contacts who might be able to help me out getting in contact with Isaac, and if he would be willing to do a show, even if we don't talk about Johnny Depp. I just think he's a fascinating guy. I think his art is shocking and interesting, and I could never hang it up in my home, but it's skillfully done, certainly. But I would like to just talk to him. He sounds like he's got a million stories, and they'd probably just be good. But again, I'm not touching anything involving this case that would have a chance of jeopardizing it. Even though I'd probably make $1 million doing it, I'm not risking anything for Depp there. Next. Garrett Pace says your description of that bourbon is exactly how I would describe Rabbit Hole Derringer, Nick. Also have some shekels for Passover. Thank you. I have had Rabbit Hole, not the Derringer, but a different one. So I'll look for that one. I liked the Rabbit Hole that I had. I liked it, but it was not the Derringer. And so the Rabbit Hole is a little cheaper than this. Not much. It's not a cheap whiskey by any means. But it was good. It was good. Also, speaking of Rabbit Hole, I have something. I gotta say, I gotta show you a tweet here. So this reminds me, the rabbit hole as a term reminds me. This is from Sophia Narwitz. Someday I'm gonna invite Sophia on the show to talk about, games journalism, being le based trans person or whatever, all of that stuff. And yeah, trying to navigate this world that wants to reduce Sophia's identity to a meme that is weaponized. So I'd like to have that interview at some point. I think that'd be interesting, but we'll get around to that. But for now, she says, please don't fuck the slush cup. Turns anything into a slushy. Well, I have a much more important comment than that. Now I see why Yellow Flash Guy doesn't like anal. And with that preface, let's watch the video.
My name is Chicky. Chicky, Chicky, Chicky.
Get the fuck off there. Just remember that comment as you watch this visual here. There you go. Look at that. Oh. I'm coming around to Flash's side on this, I think. I couldn't eat that. After watching that, I couldn't eat that to save my life. Oh, no. Hey, what's up, Runkle of the Baileys in the chat? How's it going, Runkle? You doing okay, buddy? I saw you say something weird just a second ago. What was it? Still pain, but working through it. What happened, man? What happened to Runkle? Whatever it is, buddy, I hope you feel better. Okay. It reminds me of that scene in Rat Race where the John Lovitz is driving, right? And he's got his family in the minivan. He's driving. He's like, okay. He's driving. And one of the kids like, Dad, I got to go. The daughter's like, I got to go to the bathroom. And he's like, he gives her a cup. He's like, go in this. And she's like, I got to go number 2. And he's like, well, you can hold it for a little bit. And she says, Dad, I'm gopher holing it. And he goes, gopher holing. Ah, as it hits him. God, what a great, that's a funny flick. That's a funny flick. Oh, Runkle, so you don't actually know what's going on. Shit. Sorry, brother. Hopefully you'll have some good results and good news coming. What's up, Quarter Black? You're drunk and I'm live. Life is good. Hope you're doing well, man. We got to talk again soon. I always like talking to Quarter Black. Good dude. We got more movies to talk about, brother. Tons more movies. I got movies coming out of your ass. So many movies. Okay. Where were we? William Smith says Ben Boyce is very solid and very anti-commie content creator. He and I share a dubious alma mater, Evergreen State College. That said, I am unsure if hosting Jack Murphy was the best idea. Depends on how he plays it. I have no idea. But we'll see. I hope it works out well for him. I want people to succeed. I want people to always be successful in what they do, what they make make stuff. Please make stuff. There's people to consume your stuff. You may not be able to do it and make a living out of it, but just make things and share it with people if you can, sell it to people if you can, whatever you can do, because there's so much bullshit out there and every one of us can make something and do stuff. Like fuck me. There's so much to make, and we've been trapped. We've been trapped in our parents' generation and their parents' generation, and their parents, when only a few people can make stuff. But now fucking everybody can make stuff. You just get your stupid phone out. Even a shitty phone has a good enough camera to make something. People are so fucking skilled with their hands. Women be crocheting and knitting and doing needlepoint and all this weird shit that I can't stand, but it doesn't matter because a whole bunch of other people can stand it and like it and love it. Make stuff. There's so much. There's so much to consume. Or no, that's not what I mean. There's so much consumption to be done. There's a demand to consume. Make it. Just fucking make it. One day I'll get drunk and talk more about like some of my gay inspirations for once this channel started rolling and things that motivated and inspired me to keep going and to keep doing it, because it's like bullshit from movies and musicals and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter because it's like the messages of those songs and scenes and themes were just go. Stop holding back. Stop worrying about all of these risks. Stop worrying about these long off things. Make, do. You don't have the fucking time to wait on this stuff. Like, this is your life, so take it. Fucking do it. Anyway, yeah. Not tonight. Next, Kensington says, you thanked us for showing up for this late stream, but really thank you for this late stream and all your streams. The show gets me through many late work nights. Have a blessed Easter. He is risen. Well, he's not risen just yet. I mean, he is, right? But technically Sunday. Generalissimo says, it's hard to believe that Jack Murphy is related to Jack Dorsey, but they both isn't related, I think he means, but they both have the same name, beard, thing for youths and being cucked by their degenerate customers. So ipso facto, I hope Elon isn't trolling for once. Oh God, I'm saving a segment. First of all, I will be putting out a video about Elon Musk's upcoming class action lawsuit of the Twitter shareholders who sold their shares between March 24th and April 1st, I think it is. April 4th, maybe. I'll talk about that lawsuit, what goes into it, what Elon's possible defenses are, what the consequences could be, all of that. We'll talk about that very, very soon. But yeah, I really do. And I've got the perfect accompaniment for that. I found a couple articles today from TechBit, which is some fucking loser talking about how Elon Musk doesn't understand content moderation and doesn't understand free speech. And they are the most pompous, soy-filled F-slur articles you can imagine. Well, so many smart people have tried to do the internet that Elon Musk wants, but it just can't be done. And he doesn't know. And if you don't know the history of it, and if you haven't read this book about it, then you can't even comment like I can. Oh my God. You can hear the edamame popping out of this guy's nipples as he types every word. It is fucking, it's rage inducing. It's cringeworthy. It's, you just can't have a platform that doesn't ban conservatives. It's not even possible. As he lays eggs out of his anus or his cloaca or whatever it is, that bird thing where they have like a vagina, an anus, and a penis all in the same spot, and they pop out eggs and shit and piss. Fuck this guy. Fucking hate people like this. Here's the other thing. Elon Musk can't be worse than the current Twitter. It's not possible for it to be worse. Cloaca, whatever it is. You know what I mean. Elon Musk cannot be worse than whatever current Twitter is. It's not possible to be worse. That's the reality. But all these people are losing their minds because they're realizing that their weapon might not be a weapon very long. And that's got my juices flowing, girl. Doug Murray says, Nick, no one talks about Jesus's missing years, one of the most influential and controversial figures ever, and nobody knows where he was. I went to Florida to see a chick one weekend, and by the time I got back to Nashville, everybody knew where I was. Yes, it's an interesting thing, you know, his time between what, like 12 and 30 or something is just completely missing. The squid. Oh shit. Carbonated Milk says you should go on the RMTS podcast. One of the hosts is known as the RuneScape Felon, and I'd love to get your take on his insane story. I've heard his story before. I don't remember it off the top of my head because RuneScape and me are like, I don't. Anybody who tries to tell you, here's how it goes. Hey man, you ever you do any online gaming? Yeah, I played a couple games before. You ever heard of RuneScape? I mean, I guess I don't really remember. Like, I never played RuneScape, so I don't. Well, let me tell you about it. 19 hours later. And that's just the introduction. What happens next is you get involved in the economy, and then okay. So I've heard his story, but I don't remember all of it. But I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to that. The squid says they eat the poo-poo like ice cream. Jewel Eldora says you inspired the National Coalition for Men's Legal Group to live stream the Depp trial. That makes you a hero, Nick. I'm producing. You rule. Hey, wait, I did? Cool. Go get it. Go get it, Jewel. Fantastic. General Grievous says, have you heard of the streamer Acer Thorn, aka David Stebbins, that is suing a YouTuber for $1.8 million? Yes, Sid Alpha. And I did make contact with Jim today, Mr. Mediker, and I think we might be talking about the Sid Alpha lawsuit when he comes on. I think we're aiming for sometime early next week, I believe. Just trying to hammer out next week. Just trying to hammer out what time frame works for him, because I do a late show. Late shows don't work out for everybody, but I've got Heard versus Depp during the daytime most of those days. So if you can't do a late show, we might do something Friday. We'll figure it out. It'll be good. But yes, I think we'll be talking about Sid Alpha. This person has spent the last decade suing everyone, including Texas, for $5 trillion. Yeah, I think that's on the menu when Jim comes on. Kaya Man says, I celebrated 1 year off antidepressants a couple weeks ago, and I'm now in the best place mentally, physically of my entire life. 15 years on them. Today is a good day. To the future, cheers, and thank you for the laughs. To you, Kaya Man. That's amazing. That's amazing. I imagine your story is one that is fraught with turmoil and trouble, and it's fantastic to hear that it ended in success rather than tragedy. May you never need them again, brother. Cheers. Miss Squishy says, loving the current coverage rackets. Been a minute since I spot you some, but you dang deserve it. Thank you, Miss Squishy. I appreciate that. Dee Dee Thomas says, Jesus' years from 12 to 30 weren't important. That's why they weren't mentioned. 30 to 33 is what's important. Happy Easter to you and the Rackets gang. But just because they weren't impactful on the world doesn't mean they weren't interesting or important. I've seen some insane theories about his 20 to 30 years. I like crazy. Oh, he went over to India and inspired something. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've just seen a whole bunch of weird stuff about it. When I die, if I die and there's like actually something after, I'm going to get some fucking answers. Cause I'm curious, right? Like, did he ever call a lady fat though? Like, cause I mean, I want to know. I want to know. Colin Shaw, Indie, they weren't as fat back then though, to be fair. They were not as, all of that is heresy. I know I said it, it's crazy theories people have. I don't believe any of them. I'm just saying I've heard crazy theories. Colin Shaw Indie Game says, I have an Etsy shop linked from America3D.net trying to be a maker. I've read that my 3D printed interpretations of, say, the Sega logo count as derivative work and fan art is protected. So I'm good, right? At my shop, America3D.net. I don't know the answer to fan art being protected like that. I don't think it's that simple. I would encourage you to have a chat with an IP lawyer about that. That super chat may be better placed on Uncivil Law's channel because he might have some better insight on that. You don't just have copyright issues. You also may have trademark issues. And if someone thinks that you're trying to sell like a brand, like a logo, a branded logo that you 3D print, there could be some brand confusion there. I would read up on that. Okay. With that, Alan Sneed says, how did the Elijah closet ambush for Ralph go? It's Elijah closet ambush. I don't know. First of all, I think characterizing it as an ambush is something people can certainly do. They're welcome to, but I don't know that it's all that accurate. Elijah has made some statements that seem to indicate that Ralph probably should have been aware that I was coming on in some way, but I don't know. The only person I know didn't announce it was me because I thought it'd be funnier to just kind of pop up and be there. But that was me. So, who knows? But nothing really happened with it. Truck and Bear says, just finished a 64-hour audiobook of Atlas Shrugged. And the whole time I just wanted to slap Jim repeatedly the whole time. Jim? You mean Jim Taggart? Yeah. Yeah. That's how you should feel. Did I take my modafinil today? No, I haven't taken modafinil in, it's been over a year. I don't think I took it at all during COVID. Might have been the last time I took modafinil, might have been the 24-hour stream. Honestly, that may be the last time I actually did it. Okay, let's get into this fucking Johnny Depp summary. Okay, holy crap, 48 minutes into the show. We're getting started right now. 48 minutes in. That's fine. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. We had the first week of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. That happened just this past week. We had one day of jury selection on Monday, and then Tuesday through Thursday was opening arguments and then witness testimony. Yeah, actually, I'm not going to have my guy clip this because this sounds weird. I'll just talk through it. I'll record a separate video for it. That'll be fine. But anyway, we had witness testimony and we had the opening arguments. I thought the opening arguments were basically neutral. I wasn't super impressed with either side. Really quickly, the male lawyer for Johnny Depp kind of teed up the case. The female lawyer was supposed to come in and knock it out of the park right off the tee. The problem with it was, in my opinion, all in her delivery. She had a paper in front of her the whole time. Having something in your hands opens you up to yourself. This is a sales technique. This is bad for sales. This is good for sales. This is great for sales, but this is good. It opens you up to yourself, but it closes you off to the other person. People they're not able to engage with you if there's something in front of you. And so she was holding a piece of paper and reading from it. The substance of what she read was fine. The style of how she read it didn't come across very well to me, but ultimately I think it was kind of neutral. They set up what was going to happen. They set up that Johnny Depp was a victim in all of this. Amber Heard was not a victim. She's the aggressor. Yada, yada, yada. Great. Fine. Whatever. David Rottenborn for the defense actually did a pretty good opening statement for the most part. He comes out, he's talking very strongly about how this is about defamation. This isn't about, a whole bunch of other stuff. It's really kind of boils down to these 3 statements, one of which is written by someone else, so it doesn't even count. 2 of which are true, he claims. These are true statements. They're true statements. They don't even mention Johnny Depp by name. And the things that are in those statements clearly don't indicate what they're trying to have you believe. However, he then follows up to tell us everything that those statements are actually about, which is a whole bunch of abuse and a whole bunch of other stuff. These statements carry with them a ton of baggage, which I'm going to get to as we talk about this case a little bit more. But those statements carry with them a ton of baggage. And that baggage is what seems to be the plaintiff's attempt is to pile that in, which I'll get to after I describe the next part, which was when the crazy lady for the defense came up and rambled about Amber Heard for over an hour. And it was embarrassing. It was hard to follow. It was boring. It was jumbled. And it was of basically zero value. So after opening statements, I don't think the needle's moved for anybody. I think if you're on Team Johnny or Team Amber, you're already sold. And if you're in the middle, you're still in the middle after opening statements. They're not doing much for you. Next comes Johnny Depp's sister. Johnny Depp's sister testifies. And for the most part, she does a pretty decent job. I think she gets a little bit evasive at times, and she fails to just say that Amber Heard is an untrustworthy liar who has lied to her on several occasions, and it's why she can't take anything she says seriously. She should have done that. She kind of implies it, but she's a little too nice and she equivocates too much. On cross-examination, they get into some facts about her knowledge of Johnny Depp's drug life, but ultimately her testimony is consistent that she didn't think that his drug use was all that big of a deal or all that dangerous to him, the children, or his relationship with Amber Heard. She thought that Amber's approaches to discussions and conflict resolution seemed to be the issue. But she kind of said it that way, which sounds really mitigated and nice, when she should have said Amber Heard was an abusive pile of cunts. That's what she should have just said, that. An abusive pile of cunts. And anybody living with her would want to pull their own teeth out and then shove them in their eyeballs until they died. Because the booty can't be that good. That's what she should have said. She didn't say that. So again, kind of neutral. Next up was Amber Heard's former personal assistant, who had a lot of good things for Johnny Depp to say about Amber Heard. The only problem was she was so absolutely venomous towards Amber Heard, and it seeps out of her. She is furious with this woman. She hates her, and you can tell. And I think the fact that you can tell might mitigate the value of her testimony a little bit. But what she says about Amber Heard is that she is an abusive pile of cunts. She actually basically says it. She says Amber Heard was abusive to her. Amber Heard was abusive to her own mother. Amber Heard is a instigator. She is not afraid to get into people's faces. She will spit on them. She will scream at them. And if she doesn't get her way, she starts acting ridiculous. She has no gratitude, and she basically has no soul other than that which she sucks out of infant children's anuses. So that was kind of her summary testimony there. Next, we got to my man, Isaac Baruch, he was next. Isaac Baruch, who is one of the most affable and likable witnesses I've ever seen. He sounded like a kid from New Jersey. Some people say New York. I don't know. Who fell into the most wonderful and happy lifestyle on the planet. He got to do what he loved, and he did because Johnny Depp's generosity with no expectation of anything in return. It was just complete niceness. He also talked about how much he loved Amber Heard, how he saw her all the time without makeup, all of these things, and never saw any physical damage or any signs of abuse, never believed it, and eventually got around to, because the defense attorney, the crazy lady earlier, is so stupid, he got around to saying that it was a hoax, it was false, it was a lie that she started and maliciously that was taken and ran around the world to cause everybody so much pain. And it was really, really good testimony because the guy just seems really likable in general and relatable, and like he just doesn't have a lot of dishonesty in him. Could be completely wrong about that, by the way, but that's how he felt. After that was an apartment manager who was completely useless other than to authenticate some security footage. Next came Gina, I think. Gina, who would eventually just be dismissed because she happened to like a post on social media that contained a clip of the trial, which you're not about to do, or you're not allowed to do. Gina had said some interesting things, but mostly she had talked about how many drugs she had done with Johnny Depp. And the defense was very happy to let her testify about drug use, but eventually had her removed and her entire testimony stricken. It was a big mistake and a big blow for the Depp team. Not that they had anything to do with it, but Gina really should not have been on social media liking posts. And let's be honest, everybody is watching this trial, including the people in it. Most of them just have the sense to not click the heart. After that was testimony, another video testimony from, who the fuck was it? Whose testimony came after Gina's? Now my brain is stopping on the last person. Johnny Depp's doctor. We also had the crazy psychiatrist lady testify. Her eyes were too far apart and they didn't open because of all of the Botox that was in her face. I didn't really like her that much. I didn't think her testimony was all that helpful. She indicated that Johnny Depp may have been mutually abusing Amber Heard, along with Amber Heard mutually abusing him. I think that doesn't do much help for Johnny. But she had some nuggets about how Amber gave as good as she got. Also, the only alleged abuse from Amber Heard came while Johnny Depp was not present at the psychiatrist's office, not able to offer any sort of retort or explanation or counter fact to that. And I think that that's important, especially because if she's a liar, well, then she'll lie. She also did call to consult that lady and ask if going to the police and making allegations against Johnny Depp would assist her in her divorce, which was something that people do a lot. But she did that. And, that's just not the best look. Finally was Johnny Depp's doctor, his private $100,000 a month doctor who is supposed to help him out of rehab. And, he had some choice things to say. Mainly, he talked about Johnny's addictions, his attempts at recovery, his volatility, but he had some erratic text messages. One in which he talked about shooting up a bunch of Negroes in a mall, I believe. And then another one where he talked poorly about Amber Heard after she had tried to ruin his life. But all in all, that's kind of what happened. Here's the deal. They are past the legal requirements of defamation practically. Once you get into jury trial, it's about, can you convince the jury that this other person said some shit, that shit was fucked up, and that fucked up shit ruined this person's life. That's what you got to do. So what they need to do is they need to make the jury like Johnny Depp and the jury not like Amber Heard. That's how they're going to win the case. The jury happens to know Johnny Depp. They don't really know Amber Heard that well. The big hurdles in this case are that the statements aren't really about Johnny Depp. So if you get a hyper literal jury who wants to adhere to the actual letter of defamation law and it's explained to them properly, then Johnny Depp's going to have a hard time. If you get a more normal person jury who is going to say, like, this is a case where as the defense, you would actually want an attorney on the jury. This is the type of case that is. But, if you're the plaintiff, you want to just get a jury into the mindset of, she said shit. It wasn't really true. A whole lot of shit. That shit was kind of referenced by these articles, or all of that baggage goes into these statements in the article. And because of this article, Johnny Depp lost all of his gigs. And when you show the jury that he did, in fact, right after the article, lose all of his gigs and his entire career has gone in the toilet because of it, you can only hope that their common sense prevails and that they link it to Amber Heard. But if they determine that Johnny Depp was abusive to Amber Heard, they could simply say, no, she was telling the truth, and therefore she wins. That is certainly possible. But if you convince the jury that Amber Heard is a cold bitch with a tendency towards violence, then maybe she wasn't capable of being abused, right? If it's mutual, if this is how you fight, if both parties are fighting with fists and teeth and claws and nails, then that's not abuse. That's volatility. Abuse occurs when one party has power over the other and uses that power to dominate them, to control them, and to suppress their protests. That's abuse. Whether it's done verbally, emotionally, financially, physically, that's what matters. If both parties are on equal physical footing and they equally dole out violent punishments to each other, it's hard to say that's abuse. Also, Amber Heard hit Johnny Depp in the face with a paint can, which is probably fucking abuse. So there you go. That's what has happened. What's at stake? Johnny Depp is suing for $50 million. Amber Heard is countersuing for $100 million. We have 5 more weeks of trial. All of the weeks will be 4-day weeks. It was not because it was Good Friday today that it was a 4-day week. All of them will be 4-day weeks. Fridays will be off. Oh, and finally, after Gina Duders was thrown out of the courtroom, the plaintiffs made a motion to have a miserable cunt named Eve Barlow excluded from the courtroom as well. And today they argued over that in court, and Eve Barlow was permanently excluded from the courtroom. She cannot be in the courtroom under the judge's order. So that is kind of an interesting development. Eve Barlow was passing notes with Amber Heard. Nothing particularly wrong with that. I would love to be able to hear what the argument for her disqualification was. It would be great. But Eve Barlow has been instrumental in Amber Heard's efforts to silence people who criticize her in this event. So Eve Barlow, fuck you, you giant pile of trash. There we go. I think we got it. I think that's the good summary. So I hope that answers any questions people may have about the Johnny Depp case. I still have to talk about why it's in Virginia and all that stuff, and I'll do that in my more thought out video. I was going to just do the easy clip route, but it felt weird when I started doing it. Jeff K says, "Happy Easter. Glad the steroid worked for COVID. / nothing else to say, but love Depp coverage, and I hope you get the artist on. He's hilarious." The steroid, it has not been 100% effective yet. I still do after I eat some meat, certain meats mostly. It will start to taste bad. So it's getting better though. It's still getting better. KillG88 says, "Hey Nick, 34 years on this rock as of today. How about a toast? I'm at a crossroads in my life. I hope I take the right path. Cheers. Let's swig some bourbon. Appreciate all you do." Oh, I got it. Yeah. I've got it. I've got a toast for you. Monkey Man, no, there's no Vic update. If there was, you would know. No matter what happens on the Thursday that they eventually release that case, you will know that there's a Vic update when it happens. I will be talking about it. Even if someone else is on, whatever, it will be mentioned significantly. All right. To KillG88, 34 years old. I'm going to assume you are a man, because as a man, 34 years old is the perfect time for a crossroads in your life. and you are concerned that you may choose the wrong path, you hope you choose the right path. Let me tell you this, KillG88. Choosing the path is the right path. Choosing, doing, being a man, asserting your choice, and going out and doing what you're going to do. That is the key. That is the key. You may not be instantly successful. You might have had marginal other success somewhere else. Sure, some confluence of events may have taken you somewhere you'll never, ever know, nor will you be able to ever know. So don't fucking worry about it. Don't bother with it. Look back on your past and realize that your choices and decisions brought you to where you are. And know that when you look back on this moment, on this crossroads, you will have made the choice that brings you to where you are then. And as long as that choice is willful, intentional, then you've made the right choice. Unless you end up in prison. But you're not going to, because you're going to make choices, not reactions. Choices bring you forward. Reactions carry risk. So, brother, make choices that bring you places you want to go. Don't regret the places you might not have been, because even if you chose that other path, you may not have made it there. And even though you choose the path that you eventually take, you may not make it the way you intend to go, but you will be making something. And that is what men do. Cheers. Oh, and happy birthday. King Sovereign X says, Amber Heard reminds me of the type of lady that Sean Connery talked about in that Barbara Walters interview. Oh, yeah. Slap her around a bit. Brian Miller says, can Eve still watch the trial and text the bed turd and affect the trial that way? As far as I know, yeah. Yeah, she just can't be in the courtroom. So that's that. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Maddie P. Oh, you got to try the Nika? Good. It is. Yes, it is very good stuff. Thank you so much, by the way, for that. I wish it would have been easier for me to open it there in LA. I really do. Jimmy Jones says prison is survivable. It is survivable. Absolutely. But you know, it shouldn't be an end goal. Let's talk about Jack. Time to talk about Murphy. Okay. Wait, do we want to do that or this first? Hold on one second. Oh, okay. That was funny, but not as funny. Don't worry about it. We'll probably get there eventually. Here we go. Let's get this interview pulled up. We'll see how long we go with this. This is the Jack Murphy interview. Jack Murphy lives again. In case you're joining us just now, this is an interview from Benjamin Boyce. I have permission to do this, to talk about this, to play this part of the interview. But I would encourage you guys to check out Benjamin Boyce's channel. His link is in the description. I don't typically like, again, got specific permission on this one, but I don't typically like to just play people's content without attributing it, because I'm not Ethan Ralph. So
hello, Benjamin.
Hey, Jack, how you doing?
I'm all right, man. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
There we go.
It's been a minute.
It has been. I think we spoke in 2019.
It's been that long already. Holy cow.
Yeah, the whole pandemic happened.
That did happen.
I think, if you remember that.
Just 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks with the masks, apparently.
Oh,
they say.
Wait, are you guys
on the
still
plane?
2 weeks
On
land?
the plane.
Oh, okay.
No, they just announced that they may release the mask mandate on the plane in 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weeks, they said.
That'll be good for Jack, because he can get the poop flakes out of his beard. Wolfgang Winter says Eve Barlow had a Chromebook in the courtroom after they were banned from the court. I can't believe I'm super chatting for this shit. You're allowed to have laptops and camera and phones and stuff in the courtroom. You work. That's in the media order that you actually could have them. I don't think that was the particular reason she was banned, but because you could have them. Now she may have been misusing them. She may have been using them against the policy, but you could. I can't believe you super chatted for that either.
2 weeks. It's been the longest 2 weeks I've ever experienced, man.
Yeah, man. I can tell you about that too. Yeah. Since 2019, but we first talked in like 20.
Real quick, I'm noticing he's got like a purple or blue shirt. It looks kind of purpley, and a black shirt over top. He's got a purple background and a black shirt. Kind of weird.
17, 18.
I think you went on Mike Peros's you didn't go on, you went to his class.
That's right, at Evergreen.
And that was in the fall of 2017.
Remember when Evergreen was like hot spot, man?
Yeah.
It was
it had its moment. They're almost dead now.
It did.
They're about they're about done.
Oh, beautiful campus, nevertheless.
Yeah, totally empty now.
Okay.
They really did it.
Do you guys think the brown in his beard has expanded outwards? I think it's gotten wider. I think he's got more real estate there than before. I mean, we can compare it to this. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna say it definitely here. Let's do it this way. Check this out. That's Murphy's beard right here. He claimed this is natural on the You Are Here podcast, but it looks like it's expanding outwards. It looks a little darker to me, a little less gray in there. This man is dyeing his beard. This man's dyeing his beard. You need to stop. All right, here we go.
The number, they doubled down, and then they kept on doubling down.
Did they pay for it in student enrollment?
Yeah, student enrollments, I think it's around 1,500. It's under 2,000, and they need to be at 4,000. But it just went.
Boy.
And so they're just floundering. I don't know what they're going to do, but they're supported by the state, and the state's controlled by Dems, and the Dems really like the equity agenda, so they're trying to.
Jack Murphy is a Democrat. Let's be very clear on that. Jack Murphy. My book is From Democrat to Deplorable, How I Became Not a Democrat. He still is. Come on.
Keep it going.
Keep it afloat at all costs.
Yeah.
To truth and reason and reasonableness.
Oh, yeah.
Truth, huh, Jack?
Exactly. Those are the key words.
Reasonableness.
Yeah. What have you been up to?
Oh, man. Well, today I spent some time outside in the yard with my son building some gardening furniture and fixtures for the backyard. Kids are on spring break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've been trying to learn. One day we want to be.
This is a Jack thing. Look, I have almost no exposure to Jack other than seeing his anus and seeing all the way up into his esophagus through his brown starfish. However, this is a Jack thing I've noticed. He's always doing a manly project and learning a skill. Like he's always doing it, always. He's never not learning a skill. But remember, his brand, this is what he said. His brand wasn't about manosphere, wasn't about being manly. It wasn't manliness. That's alpha stuff. That's never part of his brand. Not at all. But he's always learning a skill, all 100% of the time.
Out of the city. And the timing isn't right for that just yet. So until we can do that, we've decided to make our backyard into a farm. And so we're building all kinds of fixtures and chicken coops and getting.
Trying to be Tim Pool now. Literally taking the Tim Pool advice. This man is trying to recover. This is subtle. If you don't know this, Tim Pool has Chicken City, which is, it's like Chicken City. I've been to Tim Pool's compound, right? Was invited on the show. very gracious. He showed me Chicken City. It's like a house. It's this huge fucking building for the chickens. That like, you know, if you're homeless or whatever, you'd probably go murder the chickens and live in Chicken City. That's what I'd do. I'd eat them. I'd eat the chickens living in Chicken City. Build a little fire in there, roast some chicken. It'd be great. On the podcast, on the Timcast where Jack was arguing with Tim. And again, this is my exposure to Jack is so limited. It's great because even though it's so limited, I can grab this stuff out of nowhere. When Jack was talking about how he was confused, his son needed to be vaccinated for sports. And he was arguing that, you know, practically you probably got to get him vaccinated because he's got a divorce, right? And the mom wants the kids to be vaccinated. The kids want to be in sports, and he just has like he's going to have to follow the rules for the kids, despite his political opinions. That was the idea. Tim Pool said, you know, why don't you just buy a farm and move out to the farm, as if people could just do that. Well, however, mind you, Jack was making $70,000 a month or whatever on this fucking thing. So he actually could very well buy a farm and do it. Now Jack is converting the backyard we're converting the backyard into a farm and building a chicken coop on it. Of course you are, because that's the Tim Pool thing. This, I'm going to say it. Jack is trying to get back into the Tim Pool graces. He's trying to do it through his chickens.
And hens.
Wait,
and
how
doing
many
the whole
how many
thing.
chicken coops are you making?
Well, sorry, chicken coop,
Okay.
singular, and getting a handful of hens,
Yeah.
and just doing it in the backyard, even though we're like right smack dab in the middle of the city. But it's fun, man. You get the kids out there, and you know, other than that, man, I'm back to doing all the normal things, man. All the normal things, working with the liminal order, doing
Eating ass,
podcast,
dildos in my ass,
Mm-hmm.
taking pictures of my ass,
working with my guys.
Who have you been
working with my wife's guys.
interviewing on your podcast?
I just had Jordan Hall on the other day, and before that, John Robb. And I've got one in the can.
Who's Jordan Hall and John Robb? I think this guy might be asking the same question. He might know. I don't know. But he's got the look of me. Like, who's Jordan Hall and John Robb? I don't know who these people are. Do you guys know?
With Jeffrey Miller. And I've got Luke Burgess coming up to talk about his book Wanting, about Rene Girard and mimetic signaling and mimetic contagion, which is very timely.
Mimetic signaling. Look at this. Now I know this guy's not in the room, but you can see like Jack is looking at him. He's measuring his anus at this time. I'll give you some mimetic signaling. I don't know who any of these people are. Which is fine. It doesn't mean anything about them. I don't know who anybody is ever. I know who I am, and that's all that really matters to me. It's not a narcissism thing. It's a personal failing in a different way. One of the things that I really wish I had better skills at was learning people's names and who they were. It's just not, it's not in my skill set. I don't connect well until I connect with someone a lot. So once I do, like if I sit down and talk to someone, I will know so much about them. If I just meet someone and been introduced to them, it doesn't stick with me. It doesn't register. I got to sit down and ingest some of that person, like Chandler Halderson ingested his parents, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good, man. I continue to do the deep dive stuff, which was really my interest in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the deep dives, heavy,
deep dives, heavy,
high level stuff.
Right,
some
high
abstract,
level,
some practical. But really, like the best
Buzzwords.
part about it was just reading a great book and thinking,
look, you got some practical, some abstract, some concrete, some not so concrete, some high level, some mid level, some guru level stuff going on. Because I'm really about those deep dives, getting into like the best stuff. Remember, this guy's got the best spiritual gurus in the world. He said so in his letter.
Man, I want to talk to the author, and then having the luxury of being able to talk to him for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And pick their brain.
Yeah.
You know, you read and I'm like, hey, I got a question here. Oh, you just write it down.
Yeah.
Get 2 hours with them. It's been great. And, you know, leading up to that, last year we had on Alexander Dugin right before all this craziness went down with Ukraine and Russia.
Oh, that
So, you know,
craziness.
we've been
Oh,
digging
whew.
into the important hot topics
Yeah.
on a deep level.
I thought he was
for a
talking
while.
about different
You've had
craziness.
Millerman on. I spoke with Millerman, and he's the Dugan scholar.
He is.
Yeah.
He's the leading English scholar, English speaking scholar on Dugan for sure.
And I didn't get a really good, and I haven't read Dugan, so I didn't get a really good grasp on Dugan's philosophy. It was very different. It seemed like very different than anything I'd encountered. It's very, not necessarily anti-liberal or anti-Western, but it seems kind of like it goes in that way. It's very critical.
No, 100%. 100% anti-liberal, but also 100% anti. I'm not a Duganist. I'm a student, right? I've studied and learned and read and talked to him as a way to understand one of the world's most interesting men.
Anti-liberal, but anti-Western. Who's Dugan? Who is this person? One of the world's most interesting men? Was it Dennis Dugan? Is that the guy? Who are we fucking talking about? Who is this? Did anybody see? This is what I'm talking about. I don't remember names. What Dugan is he talking about? Can someone help me out with that? Alexander Dogan? Alexander Dugan. Okay, Russian political analyst. Sorry, I got to get that. Alexander Dugin is a Russian far-right ultra-nationalist ideologue who espouses neo-fascist and postmodernist ideas in favor of Russia, adopting Eurasianism to fight the Western world. That's the Wikipedia first line. Okay, so there we go on that one. I'm sure it's not true. Look, I get it. It's just funny, like that's the first line of the Wikipedia article. This guy sounds interesting immediately because someone fucking hates that guy. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe what's on Wikipedia. I just find that description is comedy. Like that is straight out comedy. Okay, here we go. Jared Hawley says, if you can please shout out the link to my Give, Send, Go. I'm a quadriplegic trying to get a track chair so I can go outside past my porch. Thank you in advance. Love the show and have a drink. /G2K6A. Holy shit. Hold on. Give, Send, Go. .com /G2K6A. Let's hit track chair. Here we go, guys. Real quick, we'll throw this in the chat. Look, as with all fundraisers where I don't personally know the person in the campaign, I can't verify or speak to this, but I am going to throw it up in the chat. You guys can check it out. This is a guy who's been a quadriplegic for 11 years, stuck inside every hard rain or snow. Can't even get up the hills on my parents' property when it's dry. I don't like asking for handouts, but I can't afford one of these chairs. People have promised and then didn't follow through on the fundraisers. Now I have pressure ulcers that have to be treated 3 times a week, plus regular and orthopedic. And now I'm missing appointments because my chair will not make it to transport anything. Will help. Thank you in advance. If you want to throw a couple bucks, this is Jared Hawley. And he's looking to acquire a track chair, which will help him, get out of the, oh shit, that's a severed vertebrae right there. A track chair that will help him actually navigate the world. So there's kind of a wide view of it. So if that's on your mind, if that's something you're into, I'm sure any help would be much appreciated. Thank you for the super chat. And there you go. You guys can check that out from Jared Hawley. It's in the fucking chat. So if you like tossing a couple bucks that way, I'm sure he would very much appreciate it. Matrix Tech says to build is to stress between having build for a wisp waiting on the fiber to pay $500 per month to try and sell internet to people, needing to build a house to accommodate the wife, 2-year-old, 13-year-old, and coming baby in November. Fill in the rest. Matrix, I get you, buddy. I get you, buddy. 5 kids. I've got 6 people who depend on me. 6 people who depend on me to do something, to make something, to be something. And it's the most rewarding pressure in the world, but it is a lot of fucking pressure. And we're men. We're men. You don't get to stop. Now, look, I know there's a bunch of women who don't get to stop either. This is not a commentary on women. This is a commentary on men generally. We don't get to stop. We never get to stop. We depend on ourselves, and then people depend on us. And that is our role. That is the traditional role. That is the gender normative role of men, and we fucking take it by the reins. We suffer in silence. We build, we do, we make, and we don't bitch too much about it, because that's our job. And men never forget that. The moment you forget that and start bitching and start backtracking and start retreating and stop letting people depend on you is when you've given up what makes you you. So don't do it. I know it's hard. I know it fucking sucks. And I know it's unfair. But get the fuck over it. You're a man. You're a man. Colin Shaw Indie Game says Alexander Dugin is a Russian who wrote a bunch of books about geopolitics, and they're almost beat for beat with what Putin is doing. Wiki Foundations of Geopolitics by Dugin. It's also it's hard C plus Allen, like Macallan Scotch. Oh, Callenshaw. Thank you for figuring that out for me. All right. Or for figuring that out, for letting me know what that is. Callenshaw. I'll try and remember. Callenshaw, but please remember I'm bad with names. I'll try. Jackson Kai says, not legal advice question. Say you crashed into another driver while eluding police with likely stolen tools, possibly gun in the car, won't talk to public defender. How bad can it go? Young mother, if it helps, legally, even if it doesn't in God's eyes. You crashed into another driver while eluding police. So a young mother crashed into a driver while eluding police with stolen property and a possible gun in the car. The gun shouldn't matter. It depends on the state for the gun. Stolen property matters in every state. Eluding police and then crashing into someone, you're looking at severe liability for their injuries. Usually there's a like if they died, vehicular homicide. If they didn't die, reckless driving, reckless endangerment, something like that. It's going to be heavily dependent on the state. You got to talk to a public defender or a fucking attorney though. They need to know why you were not eluding the police, but rather just driving in a particular way, not aware that the police were trying to speak with you. That you got to do something. It can go very, very bad. Years in prison. Woman or not, a young mother might get some leeway, but they're not supposed to consider the motherhood status as leeway, typically, even though they often do. Okay, here we go.
Because he's a thinker of influence, and if you want to know what's happening and why things are happening, then you got to know. You got to learn. You can't just block it out and be like, la, la, la.
Yeah.
So, he's anti-liberal, anti-fascist, anti-communist. And he's trying to come up with a fourth way that is neither of those three things.
Did you get a sense of that fourth way? What it's comprised of or anchored?
It's just fucking capitalism. That is the way. Why is this so hard? We have actually figured... No one needs to make a new thing. By the way, capitalism works if you get the fuck out of its way. Capitalism and freedom, baby. That's all we need. We don't need, I don't want to hear the other way. There's another way. No, just capitalism and fucking liberty. What more do we need on this planet? If we could get everybody on the goddamn train, we would run it on time.
By
Yes, it's anchored by a Heidegger's concept of Dasein, which is, if I believe, and I'm not a Heideggerian nor a scholar, and this is one of the most complicated concepts in all philosophy, but my layman's take is that it's the state of being before one is even aware of oneself.
Fuck off.
And from there,
This lay philosophy bullshit. Look, I love philosophers. They are the only people who create more bullshit than lawyers.
he extrapolates from unique individuality of everyone's Dasein to great civilizations. And he respects and says he respects, and there's continuity and symmetry throughout his thinking. It's congruent, rather, that he believes in the unique individual Dasein of each person, and then collectives, and then civilizations, and then their large spaces that they control. And in his model, he makes space for the United States and for Persia and China and the West.
So Dasein is kind of like the character, the spirit, the soul, the personality, kind of
the most elemental, fundamental part of being. Yeah.
Okay.
But again, Heidegger's complicated stuff. Even the most sophisticated Western philosophers are like, and then I really got to get to Heidegger at some point.
Well, you can't interview him though. He's out of the
but just
podcast
even
circuit.
trying to grasp, he's off the podcast circuit.
That's from what I hear.
Notice everything that's been said in the past 4 minutes is literally nothing. So that's good.
He is indeed. But Dugan is a Heideggerian, and he has built a congruent political philosophy off of a concept of philosophy that is well respected and regarded by a lot of people who are in the biz. And I was really intrigued by talking to Dugan because of the same reason, well, not exactly the same, but similar reasons as to why I'm interested in learning about Jeffersonian or Hamiltonian philosophy, because they created a political philosophy, and then they created an actual political
implementation,
space, an actual implementation based in their political philosophy that informed their decision making. And they have done the same thing there in Russia.
Did you say Hamiltonian and Jeffersonian and then say they did the same thing in Russia? First of all, Hamilton and Jefferson disagreed vehemently. And second of all, Russia did not do the same thing as Hamilton and Jefferson.
They've taken, the evolution of Western metaphysics into Heidegger, and they've created a political philosophy based on that. And now they're implementing their political vision. I'm not a supporter of the war. I don't think killing is good. I pushed the wrong button there. I don't think.
Was that your killing is not good sound?
Yes.
That was the butt plug has reached the G-spot sound.
That's
Pokemon
right, exactly.
found or something.
Right, exactly. That's one of the presets on the Podcaster Pro. I just knocked it with my finger. And it's good to understand how people build political spaces based on political philosophy that has a root in the conversation of Western metaphysics. So it's relevant and it's exciting. And that those kind of conversations that I've had on the podcast are the things that are most exciting to me.
Jordan Hall does a lot of meta thinking. Does that overlap with what we were talking about with the design and trying to find a fourth way, or trying to get a grasp on the political and social order? No,
I think if we dissect
this is one of those times. Look, as someone who's done a couple interviews, this is not a diss. This interview isn't about this. This interview is not about this at all. They have started this discussion, and the interview right away left the realm of the interview. Now they're talking about political philosophy of these people that Jack has had on. Like this has nothing to do with the interview. Remember, Jack Murphy Lives Again is the interview. What happened to Jack? Where are you? How do you start rehabilitating? What are you coming back from? Why are you coming back? How are you coming back? What about the allegations? What's going on? That's what this interview is. They'll get there. They've tangented off on the right away. And I think it's nervous energy on both parties' parts. They know what's coming is hard. They know they have to get to the hard spot. The interviewer is building rapport. He's entertaining Jack's discussions, his philosophies, his points, I guess. Jack is just running away from the questioning as long as possible, knowing what's going to come. It's kind of a nervous energy between them. And if it were me in this dude's seat, I would be thinking, fuck, we got to get back to that subject. And it's going to be man, I just want to talk to this guy about everything other than that. Like, that'd be me. And I think that's what's going through his head right now. And he's willing to entertain these tangents.
A few of the questions you just asked there out, we can say yes to one of them, which is trying to understand the current political and social order and trying to understand on a meta level what is happening. Jordan believes that the advent of social media and the internet and globalization, etc., is as fundamental a change as the printing press or fire or the wheel. And we're going through an incredible transition period, a liminal state, if you were, in such a way that we don't know really where it's going. And the only thing that we could do is try to look at the signs, and try to get a sense of what's emerging. Because the social coherence has been thrown out the window, and we're not operating on the same page. We're not all getting top-down direction. You know, he was one of the first people to put together the concept, the blue church concept, and he wrote an article back in 2015 or 16 that was profoundly impactful on me.
Blue church?
Yeah, blue church, red religion.
Oh.
The blue church being the top-down central.
I can't fucking stand people like this. Like, again, have you guys met philosophy majors or whatever? I don't know. I can't fucking stand people like this. Well, this article was profoundly impactful on me. This was impactful on me. This was impactful. And I've been reading this. I've been reading that. And I've been looking at this. And I've been looking at that. And it's like, what do you do? Has anybody asked Jack what he does? Because that's what's missing for me. This is what's missing. Like, what do you do? Is it just his podcast? Like, because that's fine. Like, if he just does his podcast, but he talks about all this stuff as if it's so this transformative, right? Back on The Biggest Problem, I'm going to go back to the classic days of Dick and Maddox, but on The Biggest Problem, it was one of the problems was newly enlightened person, right? The newly enlightened person, what the problem was it was a person who just read Kant for the first time, basically. And they got to tell you, they're like, oh man, let me tell you about Immanuel Kant. I mean, as if no one else on earth has ever read Immanuel Kant. And this person is going to reveal to the planet this small, unheard of philosopher, right? And you see this happen over and over and over with people. And it's not like a malicious thing. It's a natural thing. I've learned about this thing. You need to learn about this thing. But it assumes that no one else knows about the thing. Jack strikes me as a guy who knows so many things that people need to know. And it's like, well, do they though? Do they actually need to know about it? Ponton21 says, Nick, ideological debates are all based on the ideal corruption-free circumstances. They're all based on fantasy. The real debate is which one can best close its own loopholes that leads to corruption and deal with subversion. Rawset says, I got my DD 214 today. How about a shot of gin in celebration? I would. Rawset, your liquor selection is on the drinking game agenda. I can't take a shot of the gin. It's upstairs. But don't worry. I've got the drinking game with all military specials. And we're going to do like a randomizer or chat's choice or whatever on how to punish me. That's coming up. But I will take a shot of good bourbon. How's that? Or a sip of good bourbon in celebration. Guys, Rawset is a good dude. He's in my Discord, And him getting his DD 214 is great news. Great news. And I wish him the best. Rosset, man, here's a little toast, buddy. Your life since joining my Discord, not because of it, but during it, has been in turmoil, has gone through some serious changes. I've seen you hit severe lows. I've seen you hit elated highs that overwrite the severe lows. And I've seen the trajectory of your life going like this, though, up and forward. And I love seeing that. And I hope that trend continues, man. And I hope you get to spend all of the time in the world with those people that are most important to you. You know who I'm talking about. Cheers, buddy. May it carry forward. All right, here we go. Keep going.
Information structure that created resonance and group coherence. And that was controlled. Think Walter Cronkite, think the professor at the front of the classroom, one to many, broadcast of one to many. And then
Callinshaw Indie Games, does he hate gin? Lamau, it's just fancy vodka. It's basically medicine. No, he sent me, Rosette has sent me 3 bottles of liquor. One is right here. One is right here, military special vodka. The other 2 are military special bourbon and military special gin. Gin is gin. Military special gin is ass. That's what we're talking about. All right, here we go.
And the ability for the many to broadcast to the many has disrupted our group coherence, and now we're all out of phase and searching for our own truths, and who knows what's going to come out of it, because we're in a state of flux. We're in the adaptive valley, as the Weinsteins might say.
It's very stochastic, that's for certain.
It certainly is, man. Whew.
And even the internet, I was thinking about the evolution of how I came into being as an internet persona, because there's Benjamin Boyce and then there's Benjamin Boyce out in the
it's not the same. You're not 100% congruent.
Well, no, because I mean,
why not? Why not? Like, this is not a criticism. I know for a lot of people this is untrue. But one thing I pride myself on is when people meet me, they meet me at Matsuri, they're driving through the town. I live near Spicer, Minnesota, right? It's not a secret. That's where my P.O. box is. You're driving through the town. You say, hey, can you meet me at O'Neill's for a drink? It's like, yeah, man, let's do it. And I show up. And one of the things I try to pride myself on, or I do pride myself on, is that people often say, Nick is the same person that you see on the TV as you meet in person. I'm the same guy. This is just me. So, like, look at Jack. Oh, you're not the same? You're not the same? Jack is trying. First of all, don't do that, Jack. This guy is not, I'm guessing, is not different like you were different, right? The Jack Murphy persona was a fiction. It was a fraud. This guy is saying, I have parts of my life. I'm guessing. I don't know him. I'm guessing. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. This guy is saying, I have parts of my life that are inaccessible to the public because that's my life versus this is my public persona. And that's okay. That is not a criticism. For me, I say, let's be me. It's easy to be me. Let's do that. And if we're hanging out in person, I'm probably going to call someone a cunt or a fatso or whatever, just like I would here. But I'll do it with a smile and it'll all be great. I try to be me. I try not to be a persona. But again, a lot of people online do. Jack is trying to look at him. He's got the fucking, he's got the meme. The Goldman meme face is on right now. He's like, oh, I've got someone I can latch onto. He's not the same as his online persona. Jack, you're selling a fraud. this guy's not selling a fraud. This guy's just mildly different. I'm guessing. Let's see what he says.
The camera doesn't catch everything, you know, and I keep, you know, I keep grounded outside of here, and I'm aware that I produce who I am, right? I produce who I am to other people, and then the parasocial relationships that happen on top of that. But I was thinking about how the IDW so-called was interesting, or a particular moment in time where a certain sort of communication over the internet became legitimate, or legitimate seeming, where you have these big names that are not just big names in the numbers, but there was this kind of turn into the normie land, where a lot of the internet was just joking around and shit posting and trolling and, you know, just expressing things and sharing things, but
Sharing things like my wife.
Circuit, and then the, you know, and then YouTube too, there was just, it was very plebeian and just kind of pickup stuff. And then with around the IDW stuff, it became apparent that there's legitimate conversations happening in this space. Outside of the mainstream narrative, there are very valid, you know, and respectable people communicating. But we sit, and I'm kind of connected to that. I kind of try to do higher brow stuff, but I'm still riding a wave of a lot of just, you know, just stuff, and just people generating content and trolling each other, and, you know, the less respectable kind of stuff that, you know, I play with, but I can't get into because I have to stay in a certain level of respectability. So I'm just thinking about that as in the sands are kind of sifting. Like it is really a mix up, but there are just kind of tiers of discourse that are happening that are off the gatekeeped blue churched path, right?
Sure.
And every once in a while they blow up into each other, and they kind of go down and up and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. The IDW moment was a good one because it legitimized actual intellectual sense making on the internet.
Yeah.
Right. And it brought people together who may have not actually come together in person, or had they done so, it would have been at some, you know, nerdy conference that nobody else went to or heard of, and there was maybe a recording of it that got translated, you know, transcribed later. It brought sense making because nobody really knows, right? Nobody really knows where we're going or what's going to happen. There's not like a finite plan. There's not a step-by-step, you know, path that we're following.
Come on, Biden knows what's going to happen. They have it all figured it out.
So putting your effort and energy into making sense of the world and collaborating with other people who are doing the same, and exploring and expressing ideas and trying to have some coalesce and see what you know, what the group sort of comes to an agreement on, what consensus may be, is exceptionally valuable. And it's not only just valuable in the sense of we need it for a universe, we need it for ourselves. It's fun too. There's like utility to it, and it's a way to engage into
this idea that the internet means of communication is like, how do I say this? Communicating on the internet is a matter of scope, not a matter of form. Before the internet, people got together and they talked about issues. They did these things. They explored these topics. They self-actualized. They reasoned through philosophical issues, ethical issues, and moral issues. They did so through networks at their church, through networks at their businesses, through networks in networking groups like Toastmasters or the Water Buffalo people or whatever the fuck they are, or Freemasons or whatever. People did all this. They did it in a different form, but this isn't not a different form. They did it at a different scale, sort of. But they still did all this. And people who treat the internet as some like it's revolutionary for a lot of things. It's not actually revolutionary for individual thought. And you'll find that people are just as retarded now as they were before the internet. In some cases, maybe even more so. But this gets wonky to me. And this idea that the internet allowed the independent person to speak up. Well, the independent person has actually been speaking up for a long time, and we had a temporary blip from the internet to actually a prior time when independent people were speaking up with frequency on smaller scales prior to the modern mass media. But we're talking about like 7 decades that went by out of human history in where mass media became the media, the truth, the mimetic communication that the earth engaged in. But prior to that, it was much more quote unquote democratized. It was much more individualistic. There wasn't the ability to communicate globally. We just had this period of time where global communication became possible but was prohibitively expensive for the individual. And during that time, a group of power brokers with money, obviously, rose up and were able to control narrative. Now we're breaking back down, but this isn't new. It's actually a reversion, and people forget that. They don't realize that because they're young, and this is an old problem. This is a long form problem. But it's always surprising to me when a learned thinker or whatever, a self-professed guy like Jack, I'm learning so many things. They just all seem to fucking miss the overwhelming majority of human history, which was a democratized news source, which was the democratized pulpit, where people literally stood in the town square and anybody could go and stand on a fucking crate and talk. And they did. That was Twitter. Twitter existed in real time where people would go stand on a crate on some public property and speak their mind. The Revolutionary War was built on moments like that. These guys are out there. Thomas Paine's pamphlet was a fucking pamphlet. Thomas Paine is not Elon Musk, right? Thomas Paine's a guy who wrote this pamphlet called Common Sense and got it cheaply produced because it's like, a couple pages. It's a few more than a couple, but not that many. It's several little pages that could be put into a pamphlet thing. And he was handing them out and people are distributing this. It was a tweet, man. These guys would go and stand on a fucking crate in a bar, in a public place, wherever, and talk about how what was happening across the sea and their tyranny of this country was bullshit. That was communication. We're going back. Now, sure, we've scaled it up quite a bit because the town square is now global. But we are reverting from a period of information tyranny by a hegemony of moneyed people. And we're seeing the backlashes of it with people like rebelling against the purchase of Twitter by Elon Musk or whatever, by DuckDuckGo. By the way, did you see that? DuckDuckGo completely cucking to fully corporate media. Fucking insane. All of that stuff is happening. That is the last death throes of the moneyed hegemony controlling information for the past several decades. But it's going away. But it was new and temporary because a democratized discussion is how we have done things forever. And we will revert back to that state. And we'll get to do it better. That's cool. But this isn't some fresh concept. And I fucking hate these people. Like, stop being so goddamn pompous. The way Jack Murphy talks, it is this constant, I'm enlightened. I have all these resources. I've read all these books. I'm talking about philosophers. Listen. People need to know this, this, and this. And then you start examining their ideas and you're like, but bro, you missed all of it. How? It's because it's not who he is. It's a brand.
Intellectually, that I don't know that was available previously.
But even though it is intellectual, it's still entertainment. It's still fundamentally entertainment. It's fundamentally stimulation. People are attracted to these different personalities because they like them or they are entertained by them. Even though there is sense making, this legitimate kind of important-ish work going on, still fundamentally Brett Weinstein's an entertainer. I'm an entertainer. You're an entertainer. We have to attract maintain, and then change attention. Like we're still in this attention economy. So I think it's happening
It's always an
within
attention
the
economy.
framework of entertainment. And I don't think I'm using entertainment as very broad, as in just things that people pay attention to. It's not like in a classroom where you're paying to get a skill, right? Where it's kind of pared down and kind of more legitimate, more structured, more exclusive because you have to pay and then you get a credit out of it. It should be more utilitarian, but pedagogy is changing over time to be more entertaining now because the kids.
Because it has to be. Because you have to get people into the classroom. It's always an economy of entertainment. You have to have someone charismatic. Everybody who's ever had a math teacher from India knows why you can't fucking deal with, like, you cannot do it. I had a computer programming professor from Saudi Arabia. I dropped it immediately. It was insane. Like the guy was smart. He knew everything he was talking about. Could not for the life of you get you interested in the lesson. It's always an entertainment economy. It always is, it always will be, and it always should be. And trying to rebel against that, saying, oh no, some boring pile of shit should be standing there teaching this. No one wants to learn. You can't do it. Literal Gamer says, hey Nick, thanks for the great content. No, well, you're welcome. I lost my job last month at the hospital that I had for almost 7 years. Thankfully, I started a new hospital on the 25th. Thanks for helping to keep me sane during my job search. Yeah, brother. I'm so happy for you. I'm glad that you've got a new gig and hope the new gig makes something good for you. Tyler Williamson says, the fact that the great wife-sharing beard man thinks he's part of the intellectual dark web kills me. Reformed Convict says, it's funny when cops try to arrest me with one hand. Oh, shit. Renee Villarreal says, something philosophers miss is nothing is truly a new idea. Almost everything has been done or at least has the foundation laid and then built upon. All right, here we go.
Don't pay attention to anything that's not entertaining, right? So it's all in the bubble of attracting, keeping, and then changing attention.
I think there's a part of me that recoils from the idea of the entertainment, but then I think, okay, there in the old days, people, I don't watch TV, I just watch PBS, right? There's like tiers to it, right? Yeah. So sure, it's entertainment in the sense that you need to.
Do you think PBS people aren't entertaining? That they aren't engaging? Like, I don't like them. I think they're insufferable, but they are entertaining objectively, just not subjectively. Not to me, but to a lot of people they are. That's why they work. What are you talking? Cheeto Dictator says unrelated, but are you Elden Lord yet, Nick? Just wondering. No, I'm dying to millennia over and over.
To capture people's attention. I feel like I've tried to put out a signal and just use that as a way to attract people. And in fact, and maybe this is where we're going here, but I feel like I accidentally spilled over into the more entertainment-y part of the universe that I didn't really know that I was getting in there.
Oh, yeah. Jack, leave the entertainment part immediately and watch what happens to your business. Just leave it. I didn't know I was getting there. How do these people miss this? Look, I'm not formally trained on any of this shit. I don't take like 27,000 classes on this bullshit. I don't have any journalism classes or anything. It's just fucking obvious. It's right in front of you. You have to be engaging. And you know how you know you have to be engaging? Because tell me the time that you listened to someone who wasn't for more than a couple minutes and absorbed more than nothing. You just don't. It's not your fault. It's not their fault. You just can't do it because you get interested in anything else.
And I didn't really want to be there. Right.
Leave it then.
Because I'm a writer first. Oh. I'm a creative first. I've been a musician.
That's a throwback. I'm a writer. That is literal Maddox. Maddox right there. Oh my God. Somebody call Dick Masterson. I'm a writer. Holy shit.
I've always written. I've got literally stacks of leather-bound journals filled with notes and scribbles, and I've written a book, and I've written 100 blog articles and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
A book and 100 blog articles isn't that much writing. I'm a writer. You wrote one book and 100 blog articles? Like, so? Like, he's a giant cuck, but Stephen King, that man's a writer. Books and books and books and books and articles and papers and books and more books. One book and 100 blog articles is basically like 1 1/4 books. That's nothing.
I have an uncontrollable urge to just express myself, create.
An uncontrollable urge, bro.
So I'm going to be, I have been producing it. I have been putting it out. I mean, I released a record once that sold like 50 whole copies, and I think I probably gave them all away.
Was it like a comedy record? You were like drunk on like 4th Street bar or something, and somebody recorded it?
My first underground dance record, man, back in the 90s.
Wait, a dance record?
Yeah, man. I was a DJ and a producer.
Okay.
And I eventually did some good for-pay work. But yeah, my first.
And there we have discovered it. The mystery of Jack Murphy has been solved, y'all. He's a fucking DJ. It is solved.
First one, I just put a studio together, and this is back when you could only do 8-second samples, and
And by the way, like that's not a slight on actual DJs. You've met this guy, right? Well, I was a little bit of a DJ, right? And it's like, oh, really? What did you produce? What do you mean? Like, oh, okay. I got it. You were a DJ. Oh, right. Like, there are actual DJs out there. There are guys who really can do something with it, but he just said one album, 50 copies. You nailed it.
That was crazy. You could record 8 seconds digitally. Holy cow.
So is there something like similar to it, like in the genre of dance music? Like what kind of dance?
Like house music.
Okay. Oh, so just you're at a party and a lot of beats.
Yeah, like DJ nightclub stuff.
Okay.
And so this was,
Can you imagine this guy, shirt off? He's got glow sticks in his hands, like whistle in his mouth. Like, come the fuck on. Got that beard flowing, like fucking glow sticks and ecstasy hanging off of his beard. Playing house music.
Early 90s, right? So I guess the first time I went out to a club like that was like 92. And by 96, I was a professional DJ. I was traveling around the country playing records.
Oh wow.
So I just have this, like I said, and I cannot stop producing creatively. It just comes out. So I think that the interviews, the podcast, and things like that is just me pursuing my inevitable desire to create and to be inquisitive. The idea to turn myself into a brand or
MC cucks a lot.
attract people through a created persona never crossed my mind. I mean, the notion of personal branding certainly did, but to create something that wasn't me, probably not. But is it 100% of me? Absolutely not. Right? It's only a fraction of who you are as a person.
But we all have to learn this sooner or later, that once you,
because all of me takes all of you, all your curves and all your edges, all your massive phallus projected. Give your all to me, I'll give my to you. Mr. McChilla, wait, says Jack is a dude that reads the cliff notes of books, headlines of articles and then formulates a surface deep opinion crafted for his next interview. He's the example of a grifter. Thank you, Mick Chilla. Jay Griff says, Nick, the daycare my friend sends his daughter to lost her today. She's since been found in his safe, and he's got questions. Holy shit. Can I shoot you an email to discuss further? Thanks in advance. You can, if you want. I don't know if I can help you in any way, but oh my fucking Lord. Wow. William Smith says, me and my wife of 2 years are divorcing. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. In that 2 years, she supported mandates, defended cuties, told me not to manspread, never showed me respect as a husband and wife, etc. It's true what they say about dyed hair and tattoos. Oh, fuck. William, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'm sorry to hear that, but it sounds like that was one that wasn't meant to be. And may you move on to much, much better pastures in the future. Greener, but not in the hair, I hope. Sorry, brother. Scott Bain says, I love the channel and contribute when I can. That's a big contribution. Google cucked you by putting you in orange. That's a $50 chat. You should be in pink, magenta, or whatever. Just curious, why do people do this XX by 99 thing? I don't even know how you can, frankly. Like, it doesn't give me the option. It's 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. That's what I see on a little slider. I don't know how to make it custom at all. But they fucked you out of the magenta, man. Sorry about that.
Cross the threshold from being a creator to being somebody on the stage. You are a commodity. Like
Yeah.
Jack Murphy becomes a commodity. You become a token. And then what happens to that token?
A token
depends
what?
on a lot of different things, but it's different.
Oh, you mean like a coin token?
That. Projections, like the bat signal. Like you threw out the bat signal, right? And you're like, this is what I'm doing, But once you project it onto the what Plato's cave, then it's kind of different than you, right? And then the audience, especially in the Red Religion days, where everybody's making content, there's a lot of people looking for a lot of content, and they don't have. I try to not use people as content because I know that, even though it is a persona, I'm not going to turn it into a content because
People are content.
I try to respect the human being on the other side of that. Other people won't do that. And so it's just like what happened to you last year was that like you were on this tier of intellectualizing and inquisitiveness and creative. And then there was a surge from another level. There was just a huge surge.
And that surge went right into your anus.
It's like phenomenal. I just have to say this, like the Beirut explosion that happened a couple of years ago, just like a complete, just this huge thing. And it's very rare for somebody to be at the epicenter of that. So I don't know how you get through that, how you manage that. And then you don't have any control for a period of time. You don't have any control until the attention goes away. You have no control over that narrative. So that Jack Murphy that they're talking about is different than you, but it's still what you created, you put out there.
Sure. Yeah, that happened by accident, man. Okay, you got to decide, you got to separate between what did I put out into the universe, what was I intending to do, and what was in the forethought of my thinking, which is interview high-level thinkers, drill down on their subjects.
Oh, I can't
study
wait.
Philosophy. I mean, last summer I did a Claremont fellowship, but it was like one of the most exciting things I ever did. And it's like, we called it, I called it nerd camp. I mean, basically we were just reading philosophy and history and sit around talking about it for 8 days in a nice hotel. What happened, and I wasn't expecting, was that, I was the first podcast guest on Tim Pool's IRL, like his nighttime show. I was the very first guest he ever had. And that was back in 2019. And he just kept saying, hey, you want to come back? Sure, I'll come back. And as I kept going back, his show just exploded, right? It just
Wait a minute. We're gonna, for the first time this interview, I'm going to rewind because we need that. We need that to happen. We need that to happen real quick again.
You're just reading philosophy and history and sit around talking about it for 8 days in a nice hotel.
Okay, this is where it starts. I read about this on Twitter. I did not listen to the clip. I didn't know. Wow.
What happened, and I wasn't expecting, was that I was the first podcast guest on Tim Pool's IRL.
Were you really? I believe Adam Krigler is in the chat. Adam, is that true? Was he the first podcast guest on there? Adam, you want in? Oh, you're in, buddy. You're in immediately. Of course. Hold on. Sending you a link. Give me just a second. I got to find my fucking Twitter. Oh, wait. 1 second. Here we go. Just I'm sending you a link right now, Adam. Here we go. Come on in. Come on in. What can I say except you're welcome? Here he is. Hey, what's up, brother?
Boy, do I have something to say about that. All right, so how you doing, Dov? Can you hear
I'm
me?
good, man. I'm doing great tonight. I'm not still at a hospital. My kid is all good, and I got to go home. I'm fucking in bliss, euphoria.
Oh, what was it? Was it anything? Nothing severe?
No, she had complained about some stomach pain earlier before I came on your show.
Yeah.
But kids complain about stuff, so I'm like, go, take a nap. I gave her some medicine. She ended up throwing up, and then she ended up throwing up a couple more times. And that's when I had to step away from your show for a second. My wife would come down and said, "Hey, when are you going to be done? Because we got to get her into a doctor. She's throwing up a lot." And so we went in though, and there's they did some tests and stuff, no fever or anything, and they're like, "Yeah, she seems good." They gave her some anti-nausea stuff, and I mean, she was like, once that medicine hit, she's like, great. She's super pumped up, very talkative and full energy and everything at like 11 p.m. And so it was all good. It's all good.
That's awesome.
But okay, tell me about this shit. Tell me what the fuck is happening here.
Well, I mean, if we want to get technical, I was the first fucking guest on this show. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's the reality of it. Like Jack Murphy, he wasn't. He did come on the show. I'm actually, I never go to this fucking channel, but I'm going to. He might have been the first like guest that wasn't me.
Sure.
But that was my job. Like I was brought on to sit in the guest spot as the guest spot.
Right. You were the guest and you ended up staff.
But dude, as soon as he said, and then it just started skyrocketing. I'm like, you were on there once near the beginning. He said it was 2019. We didn't start that show until 2020, by the way. It was February of 2020 when we started that show. And so for Jack he's basically like, well, you said it. He's trying to sound like he's so important, like he's so knowledgeable about everything he's talking about. Every time he goes to say anything, he's like, well, let me tell you about this. Oh, well, Tim Pool's show. Oh man, boy. Well, I was the first guest, and then boom, it skyrocketed. It's like, dog, you had nothing to do with that show. He seriously had nothing to do with the show. It was basically when after Tim fired me, he was scrambling to try to maintain that skyrocketing number. I believe it or not, I sat on that desk. I saw the numbers. All right. I know what was making it skyrocket. and I know what made it plateau. It was him and I together. I'm not saying it was me, right?
No, it's the dynamic. That is the show.
Exactly. It was
and then
Tim and me together.
and people have had to adjust to a new show.
Fuck you, Jack Murphy. That's all I gotta say, man. Fuck that guy, man. Dude.
That's there's some people do shows solo and can be successful. Other people do big panel shows. Like Friday Night Tights is a panel show that is fantastic, but it's the panel. Like you can't just say, like, Friday Night Tights takes place on Nerdrotic's channel, but if he went to do Friday Night Tights and suddenly it was just Nerdrotic, I mean, it'd be successful, but it wouldn't be Friday Night Tights. And it would probably dip off. And then people would eventually, like, he'd start attracting in new crowd, and it would go back up again. But that's the show. You have to do that. And it might be more successful, less, who knows, eventually, but it's something new. It's something different. So to say that, Jack is coming in, and every time he comes on, Adam, it's just up and up and up. And it just, whenever I show up, it's great.
Can I hang out while you watch this?
Yeah,
all
sure.
Right, please. Yeah, please.
Here,
I want to see, because I want to see where he's going with this, because he's introducing it as though he's got a point he's getting to about Tim Pool.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to finish this tonight, but because we're 21 minutes into an hour and 26 minutes.
It's an hour and a half. Damn.
But let me read these real quick. Larry says, I'm content to be content. Great channel, Racket. Say thanks, Larry. McChilla says, Cuck Murphy made Tim Pool famous. Bruh, I love Tim, but he has to address this man. Damn Dildian, damn. P.S. I'll pay a $70 pay-per-view to see Krigler and Ian fight. Lol.
All right. Oh, God.
Don't do that to Ian.
I was going to say, Ian's, I don't know if people know, Ian's really thin. He's really frail. I wouldn't want to hurt him, and I would if we fought. Because I'm not frail.
I've never met you in person, and the cameras are always weird, but I've met Ian, and this is not a slight or anything. He's a slender, slight built guy. He is like, he makes me look full and meaty.
And that's just saying that is funny.
I have these little girl shoulders, man. Like,
like,
I'm not a big, like, I'm tall, and
well, the nose makes up for it. So you got that.
When I lay down and with on my back, I'm 7 feet tall. It's perfect. But
hold on. Like, I want to address another point to that super chat. Tim to this day has not addressed firing me. He mentions.
I didn't know you were fired until now.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, that's a long story, but
every time you talk about it, that I've heard it, you've been a little coy with it, and what exactly went down. I didn't know that was the nature. You may have said it somewhere else, but I haven't seen it personally, so I didn't know. That's new to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't dwell on it. Anytime it even comes up, there's this whole gaggle on the internet that's like, oh shit, Adam's so butthurt, and I'm like, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my fucking life. Like, where are you seeing butthurt? Like,
sometimes severance is a mercy.
Yeah, I made fun of Tim daily on Twitter, off Twitter, to his face, on the show, live, and I'm like, I'm continuing making fun of him. Why is it like? Why are you suddenly saying I'm butthurt now? But to that super chat, what they're saying is like, Tim needs to address it. Tim's not gonna fucking say shit. He's not gonna touch that. Like Jack Murphy,
how he handled Jack in the first place.
Yeah,
like, he's never addressed Jack. It was Jack came on the show, and then Jack got absolutely railed, almost as hard as when his but whatever, he got absolutely railed after that, because people are like, bro, you went on and lied. Sydney Watson put up the receipts. She had the video clips. She showed how you were acting completely bitch made the entire time, and your whole like cool macho persona. Oh, I handled it. Oh, she knew it was coming. Like you walked off the stage like a salty old cunt. What, you can't pretend like you were macho when you weren't.
Right.
The Chad move would have been to sit there, and when you were done, say, hey guys, that was really awkward. Thank you for handling it the way we did. Sorry if I got a little heated. I didn't mean to. If you need me to say anything and clear the air, happy to do so. But sorry, I kind of lost my cool there because I got taken off guard by it. Like that would have been the Chad move, how you handle that thing. And then if you need to make a public statement,
Chad wouldn't have even gotten to that point.
Right. But I mean, once it's done, that's your salvage move.
A true Chad would have been proud of that dildo going up his asshole.
No, a true Chad would not have had a dildo in his ass or another man in his wife.
Good point. Good point. She got me there.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, even after fucking up, he could have handled it better, and he didn't.
True.
He handled it like a pissy bitch, but he tried to project the opposite.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
That's what did him in on all this stuff. He was constantly projecting what wasn't true.
It showed his grift. The people who watched both shows, which, I mean, it's the internet. I mean, most people saw what happened and then watched him on Tim Pool wanting to see what it was. And it's the same fucking attitude that he's got right here. This smug, I'm better than most people. You should listen to me because I know more than you. Right? That's the way he acted with Sydney. And I'm friends with Sydney. I've spoken to her at length about a lot of this shit, and I respect her a lot. I think she's a fantastic person. She handled it like a fucking boss.
She did.
So like to see, how she handled it. And I'm like, mad respect, she didn't clap back. She just gave the receipts calmly. And it's like, boom. So for him to,
and she didn't do it until he went out and threw her under the bus. And she's like, look, I was going to be quiet. And they were. You Are Here was silent on this.
I know. Yep.
And they were like, he's going after Glenn Beck. He's doing all this stuff. And they're silent. They don't say anything. And then he goes on Tim's show and he's like, well, this is what happened, blah, 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 blah. And then Sydney's like, okay, we were handling this quietly, but now we got this. Yep. And she did it. She did it right.
Let's see. I want to see where he's going with this Tim Pool idea.
Okay, real quick, two more chats, I think. Yep. Callan Shaw Indie Game says this show has been amazing and Adam is the best. Has Adam read an Unbreaded? He shouldn't. He's too pure. I don't think you have.
I have.
Oh wait, you did read one.
You and I read one together.
That's right.
It was glorious. It was
I couldn't remember if the last time you were on, if it was before the Unbreaded era, but no, I'm glad it was not. Captain Useless TV says clearly Murphy made Tim Pool. What an anal fascinated egomaniac. Malignant narcissism is a hell of a drug.
It's insane, man. No. Joe Rogan made Tim Pool more than anything, or Tim's hard work, honestly.
Like, whenever anyone wants to say about Tim Pool, the man's a fucking worker. He might be a workaholic. He might work too much, but that's what he does, and he does it. He's out there. He's been out there since fucking Occupy Wall Street, man. Like, dude, grinding and doing this thing. And it's paid off for him. And well, congrats and cheers to him on it.
Yep. Yeah. Dude.
Here we go.
Like his nighttime show. I was the very first guest he ever had. And that was back in 2019. And he just kept saying, hey, you want to come back? Sure, I'll come back. And as I kept going back, his show just exploded. Right? It just went from being Tim Pool, a guy who talks about the news, having a podcast he's trying out at night, to being Tim Pool being bigger than CNN. Right? And it just got me as a regular guest. I mean, I'd like to think I contributed some minor, fractional, tiny part of it.
As I was a regular guest.
He was on the show one time. One time. Yo, I'm sorry, Jack. Me and Tim's average daily fucking show with no guests had 450,000 people showing up. That was on that daily average. He needed Alex Jones to jump that number back up. I watched the numbers after I was fired. I was just curious. I saw what was going down. People were pissed because it wasn't the show that they grew to love. It wasn't our dynamic. It wasn't our back and forth.
You can't have a schism without loss. Like, it just doesn't work. Right?
Sorry, Jack. You're talking about me, you fucking jackass, dude. Fuck off. This guy wasn't on the show again until after I was fired.
That's great. Here, let's see. Let's keep going.
This fucking guy.
But I didn't know that I just in my head, I guess I wasn't aware. I wasn't being smart enough or savvy enough about it. But like, I just didn't know that I went from just like hanging out with my friend Tim at his house, doing a show that like 20,000 people or 30,000 people are watching, to being on primetime television where, I get recognized walking down the street in any city that I go to. That was all unintentional. Right. So
look how famous I am
up in that space.
I get recognized everywhere I go. It's probably your cuck beard, weirdo, because no one else does that.
Truth.
Unprepared for stardom, I guess, that I never really was seeking. It just kind of happened.
You don't really have stardom though, Jack. Like,
does he really? He really thinks he does, though. And
It's
I genuinely believe he does, though.
Oh, he does.
Right.
Because when he doesn't know this, I don't think, because I don't think he ever paid attention to anything. But so I invited him on the show from one clip I saw on Twitter where he was talking with Tim. I had never
in school.
Yeah. The son of the baseball and all that stuff. I had never heard of this guy in my entire life. And I asked my Discord, I'm like, who's this weird Jack Murphy guy? Or I might have said it on stream or whatever. And people were like, oh, he's got some pretty base takes or whatever. He's kind of interesting guy. And I was like, should I have him on the show? And people are like, yeah, it could be a cool talk. So that's it. I had never heard of him. I don't know anything about him or whatever. And then when he DMs me back after all the shit went down, because he said he'd come on the show on Twitter in comments, but then when I DM'd him, he just never responded. Fine, not a big deal. But when he finally did, he's like, you invited me because you know the good work I've been doing. You invited me for this. I'm like, bro, I've never even heard of you. Like, who are you?
What, he was informing you on why you invited him?
Yeah.
What
Well,
jackass.
he was assuming that I like knew him, that I'm like, well, he's very important. And you're just an internet person who wants to interview me. It's like, well, no, I liked one of your takes, thought it might be interesting to talk, but like, I don't know who you are. I don't ever expect anybody to know who I am. Like, what are you doing? The only time I've ever used that line was with a fat chick at a bar with Yellow Flash. We're like, you don't know who we are? We're very famous YouTubers, you dumb bitch, because she was being a little hormonal while we're trying to just have drinks at 2 a.m. in Knoxville.
Wait, this is a real story.
Yeah,
that's glorious.
Yeah, Flash tried to big time some fat girl in the middle of Knoxville, Tennessee, who walked up to us at a bar.
No one knows what he looks like.
No, I know that was the joke, right? So I had to placate her with pizza. I had just ordered a pizza, and I'm like, here, you want a piece? Because this fat chick started to get really mad at Yellow Flash. I'm like, you want a piece of pizza? And she took 2. Like, what is this shit?
I said a piece, bitch.
Here we go.
Oh man.
And looking back on it, I wish that I had a little bit more public relations training, or just thinking about it and understanding the different stage that I was on.
Yeah.
Rather than just, being in my basement here interviewing people over the internet.
Well, you've been in different communities over your internet life. You were.
Is this a segue? Is he segueing?
Some communities have been inside you could say. Oh shit. Here we go.
And the manosphere. Is that correct to say that you were participating in this thing called the manosphere? And
definitely.
And
definitely. He's confirming it.
Yeah, and again, remember in his like apologia letter that he did, he said, it was never my intention to be part of the manosphere. It was not part of my brand. It's like, dude, masculinity is in the fucking mission statement of the liminal order. What are you talking about? But yeah, to be clear, we're now back to the reality where Jack Murphy is in the manosphere as he always had intended to be. Frankly, it's such fucking bullshit. what is it? What is that line from ICP, right? Like, back to reality, your son's on crack and your daughter's got nut stains on her back. That's where fucking Jack is. Now he's back to that place where his life is actually in shambles because he lives in a fucking Detroit ghetto. Like, that's what it is. He's back.
The people who have the cum stains on their back is the little difference in this scenario.
Right. Yeah. That's just you. It's just you, Jack.
Yeah.
Not you, Adam.
I was like, what the fuck, man? I gave you a layup and you threw it back at me.
Yeah, I jumped up and I grabbed it and I'm like, pitched it back down. You're like, no, why didn't you just put it in the, why didn't you do this?
Net, man. Just hand it to the other team. Go ahead.
Juggalos rise up, by the way. I'm going to start putting on the face paint right now.
I can
Here we
see
go.
it. I can see it.
That's kind of a very small, very niche community, more or less, right?
Yes.
So there's a different kind of
The manosphere is not a small niche community. Like, what?
Well,
Like,
and he's asking him, like, he see, this is what I'm not trying to, I don't know who this person is. I've never seen or heard of him before.
And I don't like, I'm not into shitting on him or anything like that, but
Yeah,
that's a weird statement.
Well, he's what is he? What is the word I'm looking for? He's playing nice with Jack. He's like, oh, hey, like, let me, I don't want to offend you. Oh, well, you're very knowledgeable, so I'm going to believe that you're knowledgeable. And like, why don't you tell me about, when you're like, you play ignorant to somebody, so have them explain it so they feel better. Yeah, you do it to children sometimes,
Yeah, that's what I did to Tonka.
Ah.
2 hours of that before dropping the hammer. And well, and I don't know if this guy's gonna, I assume this guy's not gonna do what I was doing, but with Tonka, I knew the story, but I allowed him to dig himself into the hole, right? And then you just turn the knob and say, okay, well, what about this though? And then they're like, wait, everything that we've been talking about already? Oh shit, I just lied to you about all of it. It's like, well, that was dumb.
This guy's not going to do that.
No, I don't think so either. But let's see.
He's playing nice. Go ahead, yeah.
Let's see how it goes though.
relationship that you have with your audience, a smaller audience, very particular audience, and then the way that people are making connections in that space.
Just briefly, Fresh and Fit is last year's #1 super chat earner in the United States. They beat Timcast, they beat me, they beat Dr. Disrespect. Fresh and Fit. The Manosphere is not a small niche community, not in the slightest. It is a active, large, and engaged community. Kevin Samuels has multiple millions of subscribers and huge live streams. Like, the Manosphere is not little.
But hold on. But if it is little, if he portrays it as little, and he's the big fish in a small pond,
right?
So you should pay attention to him because there's nowhere else to go.
And I agree. Fresh and Fit or Simps or whatever. Like, you're not going to find me disagreeing with that. I'm just saying they're in the Manosphere. They're a big name, and they were the #1 USA super chat earner on YouTube last year. Like, that's a lot of money. It's a huge thing. Again, beating out Tim Pool, who is routinely #1 in these things. The Timcast show is huge, and Fresh and Fit beat him. That's how big the Manosphere actually is. Because Tim is broadly. I think the goal is to be broadly appealing to multiple political spectrums, gender neutral on audience and stuff like that. I mean, he attracts a predominantly right-leaning audience, but not exclusively, and he attracts a huge swath of beliefs on the right, libertarianism all the way up to fascism. That's what he does. He talks about these issues. So anyway, so to say Fresh and Fit is a small community would be to say that speaking to the right is a small community, which is nonsensical.
Mm-hmm.
And the status, not the game in a cynical sense, but just the way that status operates on that level is different, totally different than where Tim ended up with his thing, and the connections that are going there, and then the amount of attention that's going on in there. And with that attention, it's compounded by, there's not just more eyes, but there's more eyes watching those eyes, because then when something happens up there, there's a lot of people downstream of that want to play with the attention that happens, upstream with them.
Very
so
confusing.
There's a huge surge when the levee broke, in your case, of like this older internet, this trollish kind of a non-internet, the older YouTube, where people were just shit posting each other and trolling each other, and just a bunch of people in their basements just, finding material. And then this more.
Don't talk about me being in my basement, because I literally am.
Is he approaching the situation right now with this?
I feel like he is, but I'm not sure if he's talking about Jack's rise or Jack's fall at this moment.
Or is he even talking about Jack? Is he actually just referring to like the
Is
Wild
it like
West
a general you?
Yeah. Right.
I'm not sure. We'll have to follow on, because I feel like he's talking about Jack when he's talking about this trolley stuff, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. Let's see.
Right.
Legitimate or more astute YouTube that has come over time with more attention.
There is no more legitimate or astute YouTube that has come over time. Everything is a shit post always.
Yeah.
Come on.
True
now.
that.
No,
Jack looks nervous.
He knows. look at these veins.
Oh God.
Things are going to go badly for me in a moment. He's been dreading this moment for 25 minutes. I mean, frankly, he knows that this interview is going to go here, and he doesn't want it to. I want to talk about Heidegger again, because no one else cares.
He's been dreading this for months.
Yeah.
Right? This is the first time he's been on someone else's show where he's not in control of what's happening.
I feel like this freeze frame is really unfair to this guy, but I feel like he's about to like a community theater director that is like way too into it, and he's telling me to like an experience an emotion for my one line part in Annie or whatever. Yeah. Like, that's what I feel like. That's what's going on. Like, you have to feel life, and you're like, you're gonna walk in and be like, here's your envelope. That's okay.
I need to believe you.
You've never delivered mail in your life. Tell me the truth.
Tension, and then Tim Pool and other voices cultivating a space for a different type of attention there. And that's where there was a collapse of worlds back into a previous generation of the internet, from what I see.
Yeah, my internet life has been pretty wild, man. Look, I started on the Manosphere forums back in 2007 or 8 as just anonymous reader, whatever. Then maybe I started posting on the forums.
He's going to avoid it completely.
Really great guys on those forums back then. Guys that I still know today, guys that have matured and grown out of all that nonsense and are 15 years on in life that are friends of mine still. And I was totally anonymous. I didn't even know what Twitter was. I followed one of my friends from the forums onto Twitter, and we just started writing with, Jack Murphy is sort of my name. It's half my name. My name is John Murphy Goldman. I'm named after my grandfather, Jack Murphy, John Murphy. So it's like my name, but it's not my name, but it is my name. And so I use Jack Murphy as sort of a pseudonym.
But it's not your name, which is fine. That's okay. Except that I could not. I don't know if I could bear the shame of attaching my grandfather's name to a cuck article. Like, I don't know if I could do that.
Damn. When you put it like that,
when you think about it,
heavy.
man, like both of my grandparents are men I have immense respect for. And they're completely different. They have completely different life paths and completely different walks of life. And
maybe he doesn't respect them, and that's kind of the thing. Like, I'm going to curse your name and write a cuck article.
God, I could
shove a dildo somewhere where the sun don't shine with your name on it. That's right.
It pains me, man. It pains me to think about that. Like, my one grandfather didn't take a sick day in 8 years. In 8 years, he was there. He took one family vacation a year, no sick days for 8 straight years because you had to work. You had to do the thing. My other grandfather was a handyman and insurance salesman. Like, and he could fix everything I've ever seen. He just fixed shit constantly. And it's like, two completely different men. Like my one grandfather's a chemical engineer. My other grandfather's handyman, insurance salesman. And it's like, to think of putting either of their names attached to an article is like, the true pinnacle of manliness is having another man inseminate your wife. Like, fuck off. Just fucking run yourself over. Like, put your car in neutral and run down the hill and then stand there. Like, Jesus. Oh, God.
Tell me how you really feel, Nick.
So disgusts me. For literally disgusted by this person. But here we go.
Him, but not really me. And so I was operating in like a non-space.
Yeah.
And then in this like edgy, just say whatever you want. We're just talking shit. Like nobody's really listening. Right. It's like a small, totally small community, hundreds maybe of people, maybe thousands of people. And you'd get 100 views or something. And you'd be like, sweet, that was awesome.
Yeah.
And then I got doxxed in 2018. And so that's when my personal life and the pseudonymous life got collapsed.
Yeah.
He keeps
so
using this excuse. Well, no one was reading my stuff anyway. It was a small who no one read my stuff anyway. What's it a big deal? It's like, bro, you fucking wrote it. You did the shit. It's like, what difference does it make? You're still the same person. Like, that's what you did. At least fucking own it. It's like, I can understand if he immediately came out, like when she read that, even if it was a second super chat, whatever, when Sydney read, if he said, look, there was some shit that I did in my past that I'm not proud of, I'd rather not talk about it, Yeah. Or I'm going to address it on my own. Maybe I'll make a video about it. It's like, that's the only way he could have maintained respect.
Yep.
But he's ashamed of it. And it's
Yeah,
like, because you're
course you
ashamed. Yeah, exactly. You're ashamed of it. And it's not because no one was supposed to see it. It's because when he sees it, he's ashamed of his own actions. And he's yet to say that or admit it. And it's so fucking obvious. It's like, bro, just admit that you're ashamed of what you did in your past. Like, that's it. That's all you needed to do this whole time.
My theory is that he's not ashamed of it. And my theory is that he actually still holds those views and values. I don't think I think he knows he's supposed to be ashamed of it. I think he knows that it's better for his brand to be ashamed of it and to divorce himself from that lifestyle. But I have no information about this. It's pure speculation, but I believe that he still lives in that world, in that dynamic. I think it came through with how he treated Sydney. I think because the one whole thing that he talked about was that in his self-imposed cuckoldry, that he was being dominant, that he was sending I choose who she fucks. And the way he talked about, oh yeah, that was in the article.
How is that dominant?
He picked the guy she would go have sex with on Tinder or whatever.
And she's still fucking him instead of like,
right. No, I know
that guy. Like, how is that dominant? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Right. And it started off before he was picking guys on Tinder. They would be at a bar and he would find a pack of guys and he would demand that she go flirt with them or whatever. And he would watch her flirt with him. That was his big power move. So this is a guy who fancies himself dominant. And then that played out with his interactions with Sydney. I don't think he's actually changed. I don't think he's ashamed. I think he knows he's supposed to be for his brand. I think that's the right thing for his brand, is to be ashamed and to say, this isn't part of my life. But I think it really is. I don't know that he's soliciting his wife out anymore, but I think somewhere in there he wants to be.
Well, he's not saying that he's ashamed. He's not acting ashamed.
But he's trying to
completely.
He's trying to not be ashamed. Like, he's trying to not be ashamed, but to project the idea that everybody knows that he is. You know what I mean? Without ever doing it. And that's what I've said this before. I've felt for the longest since this thing started, I felt that he's still in there. And that's why he didn't actually just come out and say, you know what? That was a different person. Like it was me, but I was a different person. You can read my book, Democrats are Deplorable. You can tell that I was living in a world that was not healthy, and I didn't want guys to get the wrong idea. He eventually said that months later.
I have his fucking book.
Oh God.
Do you want me to go grab it?
It's up to you, man.
I mean, shoot, we got a freaking another hour to listen to this shit. I'm gonna go.
Like I said, I don't know if we're gonna get through all of this. Oh shit, I'll read this one when he gets back. Cody Bradshaw says, why won't Tim address some topics? I enjoy listening to him, but the fact he won't simply address the Adam or Jack situation seems weird. Even the Young Turks would address the genocide, even if they had to lie out of their rears. Look, if you don't understand this, Tim is tries to be, as much as possible, just ignore the drama, because the show is the show, and the show is not a drama show. He's made that very clear. He does not want it to be a drama show. And so when something comes up with drama, super chats will roll in. They will ignore them. They will avoid them. They will let the storm pass, because for better or worse, that's it. And that's a fine approach. It leaves a lot of people with a void, right? Because again, your situation, Jack's situation, people want answers to it, but you're not going to get them. In the same way that many corporate entities, you're not going to get an answer out of them on a thing. They'll say, we have no longer have a business relationship with X, and that's that. And that's all you'll ever hear about it, and move on. It's a very corporate way to look at it. And when you're running a show as big as Timcast, because Timcast on YouTube is big, Timcast is a big production that is beyond YouTube, and their off YouTube stuff makes the YouTube stuff look kind of silly, like in scale and in income and stuff like that. So that's my theory on it. McChilla asks, Adam, what is the reason you were fired? You're right. The dynamic of the show is way better than when you were on Spin the UFO. Do you want to talk about it? You don't have to, of course, but.
Well, first, let me spin the UFO. Get rid of the names. You know how to do that?
Yeah. Just a second. Let me get rid of the names.
I'm actually gonna move it to the other side so people can see it, no matter what.
Oh wait, here we go. There we go. I got it.
There we go. You can see it. All right. Well, first, this is the actual UFO. I ended up with it in the divorce. Very happy about that. One day, dude, there's so many fucking layers. It was 2020. We were locked in that fucking house. Lockdown. That I don't know how much I'm gonna say right now. I'm gonna say a little bit, but that non-confrontation that you're talking about, that wasn't just on camera. That's just who he is in general. And that's the opposite of who I am. You were talking about it earlier, like, and I feel like if I were to meet you in real life, you would be exactly as you are, because I can sense the authenticity off of you, right? And I feel the same way. Like I don't have some online persona. I am me. It's just, it's like, it's easy to be me. Why would I want to try to muck it up with pretending to be something I'm not?
Right.
Man, I'm not gonna say what happened, but things were going down that I confronted. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. And they didn't want to deal with it.
When you're in a house with someone, right? Like when you live there, when you have a roommate, like you can be great friends with someone. You be a roommate with them for a while, and it doesn't matter how good of friends you are with them.
Right.
All that shit that they do is going to piss you off at some point. Like they're going to not do their dishes.
Yeah.
When they don't do the fucking dishes, and you say, hey man, like you got your moldy dishes sitting out here, and
bro, there was 8 people living in that house.
Yeah.
One kitchen. Who worked in the house. There was lockdown. No one could go anywhere. There was nothing to do. I didn't have a car. I mean, I did have a car, but it was still back in Arizona at the time. Oh no, I did have my car up by that time, but there's nowhere to fucking go because everything was closed. You know.
Would you
Man.
say you're a lover, he's a runner, and you go round and round?
I'm not touching that.
Oh shit. No, I think I agree with your general position. There's some things that like don't need to be some laundry doesn't need to be in public.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting that you were fired. I never actually knew that you were terminated by him. You'd always kind of played it off as this either mutual or neutral thing, and you can still be fired and it can be mutual, right? Like, but it was ambiguous. It was ambiguous, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. I think one day I'm gonna write a book, better than this fucking crap.
Yes, Democrats are deplorable. How I went from following a donkey's ass to being one.
I wonder if he actually wrote this book or if it's
ghostwritten.
If there's some ghost writing shit going down.
If it's properly ghostwritten, you would never know.
He dedicated it to the redhead. That's Rachel, I think, right?
Yeah.
Rachel and my children, I love you all. I've never actually read this. I just there was a bunch, and I think he threw one my way.
Have a book. Learn how I became cool, so you can too.
I'm not gonna read. Oh, look, his beard is actually 100% dark in this picture. It's all dark hair. I don't know if you could see it, but
there we go.
Jack Murphy. Jack is a culture critic, an observer, and a writer. Previously, Jack was a real estate developer, charter school executive, and entrepreneur. Moving on to writer. And it's in the fine print, a DJ.
Don't forget that
really
he was such a successful entrepreneur and charter school executive that he had to do pornography to make ends meet in 2018 when this book was being released.
Oof.
Let's do a little bit more of this shit.
And that's when my upstanding, normal, white collar professional job of being a charter school executive and working for a charter school advisor, a regulatory body.
Notice what he did there? He had to change it because he was actually working two positions that may or may not have been kosher with that particular charter school network. We'll leave that to someone else to determine if that was okay, how he magically got someone else's salary for a while. But he's now openly stating that that's what happened, whereas that was exposed just recently and was not actually that commonly known from 2018 until 2021. It was in a book. A lady wrote a book about it, complaining a bunch about Jack Murphy in like a whole chapter of the book, but nobody read it because it was some weird lady talking about charter schools in the DC area, and who fucking cares?
Wait, this book when did this book come out? 2018?
His book? 2018.
No, I got it right here. 2018.
Yeah.
Those pictures, I don't want to bring these up in anyone's mind. I apologize. But he didn't have any hair in these videos that he was in, right? He looks basically the same.
Yeah.
Okay, look at this picture. I got it.
Oh, here. Yeah, I'll
come on.
Yeah, he's got the hair going.
He's got a full head of hair.
Yeah.
Dude.
Maybe it got pulled out while some guy was grabbing it while railing him from behind. One of those college boys.
Oh.
Shit.
Gross.
Here we go.
That got collapsed with shitposting manosphere world, where you're just saying things to get a rise out of people. Maybe you believe it, maybe you don't. It's just fun. We're having fun.
Is that the Cuck
And then
article?
all of a
Is he
sudden, that's
trying to
what
write off
it
the
was.
Cuck article right now?
He's just saying he was just shit posting all over the place, and
I don't
suddenly
know.
I was saying a
That's
bunch of stuff I didn't believe, but now I've been doxxed.
right, but that right there is him trying to is essentially like, well, I wrote stuff that I was just trying to get a rise out of people, but like if you he's basically painting this brush of like, yeah, anything that I wrote back then is just I was just trying to get a rise out of anyone.
Yeah.
He was just talking about that fucking article, guaranteed, right then. That's
He
what
was
he was
just
talking about.
exploring ideas. I
Yeah.
think I've heard pedophiles say that before too. Like, I was just talking about that. It's like, why do you have all these pictures though? it's always something. I'm not calling Jack a pedophile. He may be, I don't know, but I'm not calling him that at this point in time. I'm just saying there's always someone who's just exploring ideas, right? Well, I'm just exploring ideas. Free association. I don't really believe this stuff at all. It's like, then why are you writing it?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Everything you said back then in 2015 is that's your gospel truth, and that's who you are. Yeah. And so that's, so I got.
To be fair, the Cuck article literally did say it was the gospel truth. It was pinnacle manliness. It was the apex. This is apex level stuff. And it was the tip top. Like, I don't know about your
get a rise out of you, Nick. It was just a get a rise out of you. It worked. See?
I don't know about your other writings, but that one actually specifically elicited the notion that it was the pinnacle peak of masculinity.
Fired out of my job then. And at that time, man, my prospects for like re-entering the normie professional world seemed pretty dim when you're called a racist, Nazi, whatever. And some of your posts that you think are just fun, anonymous, half true, maybe all true, whatever, not meant for public consumption, really, because nobody's listening, get tacked on to your LinkedIn profile. It's tough.
Yeah.
And so at that time, I just was like, okay, I have a small.
Well, nobody was listening, so I can say whatever I want.
This is not meant for the internet, all right? This stuff that I put on the fucking internet. Like, what? You can't. You put it on the internet, Doug. The internet will fucking remember forever.
Yeah. It's like my
children are going to see you, dude.
Years ago, years ago when I was in high school and early college, I wrote stuff that I disagree with today but it wasn't because it wasn't for consumption on the internet because no one was reading. It's because I've changed. I'm older. I look at the world differently. I have different education. I have different experience. I have a family. Like all of these things have molded me into who I am now that is different from before. By the way, none of that is shoving dildos in my anus. But that being said, like I had a different, the easiest one for me is I was part of an advertising campaign about an anti-smoking advertising campaign. And, it was part of the push to get restaurants in Minnesota to have the bill to make no cigarettes in a restaurant. Right.
Okay.
And at the time I was like, yeah, cigarettes in restaurants suck. Well, now though, I'm like, but I'm a fucking libertarian and I have to deal with the fact that there might be a cigarette at a restaurant unless the restaurant chooses to ban them on its own, that's not actually the role of government. That's how I feel now. And so if I went back to those writings, which I think are forever lost to the void, it'd be great if someone dredged them up because I'm sure I sounded retarded. But but I would just disagree with them and say, yeah, I was completely different back then. I didn't understand freedom. I was still in high school. No one taught me freedom. I had to learn that shit. I had to come to appreciate what freedom actually was. And I've changed a lot since then. So, but that's the thing. Jack couldn't do that because again, I don't think he's changed at all.
Right.
Small, like single digit thousands Twitter following. Like
small single digit thousands Twitter following. Like this, just the disconnect. Like that single digit thousands Twitter following is in like the top 5% of Twitter accounts. I mean,
let me see what I can do with this.
Hold on. And again, the way that he layers these excuses as explanations, all I hear is excuses. You're giving me excuses. You're not explaining anything. You're just trying to convince this guy of what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're not saying anything though. Like shut the fuck up, dude. Own it. Or be honest about it. Don't give me these fucking excuses about why we shouldn't be looking at your past, right? Like like you said, you wrote something that you explained it very thoroughly, very simply, and honestly, you came to a new conclusion now because you
Yeah.
understand libertarianism, you understand freedom, you understand the government now. You've changed. It's like, has he changed? You're right. He hasn't. In fact, I know a little fucking juicy shit about this man right here. I'm gonna let all these 5,000 people watch it. So remember, I lived in this house. I lived there still. I lived in the castle when Jack Murphy was coming around, and there was some people that would frequent the house as well. Now I'm not going to name names because that's not the type of person I am, but I am going to tell you that a couple of them were very uncomfortable, and the significant other of I don't want to out anybody, but the significant other asked their partner not to hang around when Jack's there. And I was like, why? Why? Explain that.
Right.
Well, it's because he is in the swinger scene still. This is 2021. This was last year.
Yep.
Right. I mean, I left in May. So, I haven't been there in almost a year, but yeah, this was, I heard this in like April.
Yeah.
Of 2021. So this isn't changed, so you were absolutely right. Yeah. This guy still, he isn't ashamed because he wants it to go away. He wants people to stop asking about, that side of it. And it's like, well, what's the difference? That dude, you're still probably fucking college gay boys. Like, he is. It's like you don't have that face, that look on his face when he's talking about it. It's like, bro,
I don't think being into college boy booty is a phase, frankly.
Exactly. Don't go away, man.
I grew out of that. Wait, what? Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna grow out of being attracted to women. That's weird. Callenshaw Indie Games says, I remember your last show. It was after the DNC conference or something, maybe right after Biden picked Kamala. Tim peaked that night. Everything changed after that. Wait, charter school exec? He's proud of that grift?
Thank you. It was. We talked. I was just going to say, we made fun of Kamala Harris for an hour. And Biden. I mean, it was very easy to make fun of Biden. He's easy picking, low hanging fruit. But Kamala was fresh on the scene even though she got the lowest ratings of I mean, Biden and Kamala got the lowest votes in the DNC when they were trying to pick who out of the DNC candidates were going to be the headliner. Like those were the two that got the lowest. That were like the back of the line. It's crazy. But anyway, thank you for the compliment, though. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Even though it was someone else's compliment,
I was talking to them.
Yeah, I know, but I'm taking credit for it.
Okay.
Mick Chilla says 69 for 69. 69 for 69.
How much of that was the super chat, and how much was you?
All of it. All of it was a super chat. It literally,
Okay.
it literally
Sure.
says the after it. So
I love
gross.
how much you get into the part, though. Good for you.
You got to. I have it here. Look at this. Can I pull it up? Oh, fuck.
Oh, good. I hope not. I don't want to see that shit. I will if you're gonna subject me to it. Fine.
I don't know if I can actually
Thank goodness.
find it. Oh wait, is that one it? Nope. Oh, it's got to be close though. I'm almost there. Here we go. Look at this. 69 for 69. Gross. Okay. STFU FFS says Ian and the other idiot are unlistenable. Adam wasn't always right, but he dragged him kicking and screaming to support Trump, and that's a friggin' feat. If the price of listening to Adam yammer about baking bread, then that's a fair deal.
I never baked bread. That's Ian. What the fuck? People say that
Not
all
anymore.
the time.
Now you're a
Yeah.
bread baker.
Yeah.
Okay, here we
I've never baked bread in my life.
And so I rode with Jack Murphy.
It had
And so
nothing to
Jack
do with
Murphy's
Trump, by the way.
dragging with the things from the original.
Wait, what?
People, I've read 1,000 different things of why people think that it all happened, and I've seen so many like it's because he went so hard into Trump. No, Tim loved it because I probably brought a lot more people to his channel because I stood on a fucking hill and said, this is where I'm gonna fucking stand, and wore a Trump beanie, and like he loved it because it drove more ratings. He egged on, he wanted me to wear the beanie. Like he fucking did that more so than me. I didn't care. I obviously had a standpoint, but the fact that I was like happy, like I liked Trump had nothing, like zero to do with what happened. So whoever thinks that, you're wrong.
Over on Odyssey, Infernal Iris says, thinking about getting some Krigler coffee, but gotta ask about the acidity. Acid reflux is a bitch.
Well, I mean, all coffee, if really, you shouldn't be drinking coffee unless you have some water in your system before when you wake up, because your body's dehydrated. So I think a lot of time people, if you just start drinking coffee, like I'm not just talking about my coffee, I'm just talking in general. Like if you wake up, have some water first, and usually that'll actually help. When you move forward to having some coffee, try to having some food. I don't have that issue with my coffee where I have with shitty coffee. You can't get fresher coffee than Krigler coffee. So, yeah, thank you for your interest, and I hope it goes down smooth for you.
There you go. That's what. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna do that. Jake says, was Tim the bottom or the top when Jack Murphy came around? Oh, come on now.
They kept their door closed.
Oh.
No, I don't know. I did my own thing, and I stopped hanging out with any of them. Like I just.
Well, I remember like when I
it.
had you on the show the first time, and you were like in the house, but you're like, yeah, I'm not involved in any of that anymore.
Yeah.
Like is very.
Well, I was in the in-law suite. I was in like a whole separate section. I had my own entrance. Like I didn't see anybody.
Yeah.
So.
All right, here we go.
Doxing, some other things that happened, and I go from this like niche manosphere place, which is really a place that only you should pass through if you need to. It's not a place where everybody should go, and it's definitely not a place for anybody to stay, right? It's a phase in life, brief one at that, hopefully.
But it wasn't.
And I guess through my hard work and diligence and being, I think, respectable voice, asking good questions, a voracious consumer of the right kind of content, putting it together, synthesizing it, and like being very diligent about the podcast guests that I've asked to come on. In just a matter of years, I go from being an anonymous ship hoster in the manosphere to interviewing the the chief of staff of the Department of the Defense and world leading philosophers and top academics in the world. And it's crazy, actually.
And you did it by trying to pretend that you didn't sell your wife to other men. Like that is part of the problem, is that you knew that this was going to wreck your brand. You knew it. You tried to get rid of it. You just failed.
Yep.
Because the internet doesn't forget.
You really think about it.
Yeah, no, not to lose the thread, but it goes back to what we're saying about like the information landscape or the information.
And notice real quick, just he's very subtly big timing this guy. and everybody else. He's trying to remind people of what peaks he achieved. And I think this is common in failed redemption arcs. Real redemption arcs, people don't big time. They're like, well, I was interviewing the top people, blah, 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 blah. They focus on their issues and mistakes rather than their pinnacle achievements, especially if those pinnacle achievements are largely regarded as some sort of fraud. You can't do it.
True. Good point.
But he's big timing this guy. And I think this guy's got 75,000 subscribers. Great. Like, that is, again, people misunderstand when I say things like that. That is a huge accomplishment. It's fantastic. That's a lot of hard fucking work goes into building a channel like that. But I think Jack intentionally picked a channel around this size to do his comeback.
Yeah.
Because if Jack goes on a show with 1 million people, he can't big time. He cannot do it. He cannot be a premier guest. He's going to be he's going to be relegated down to where he is, not where he was.
Correct.
Information exchange landscape, and how that it's not just information, it's persona, it's the human being, and the way that you can do a transit from a tiny little subreddit into an actual legitimate voice, or a voice that's speaking to people who have power in the real world. Is you don't know how short the distance is between those two places. And so you don't know how to scale your behavior, or how you reconcile behavior that's, I'm not going to say appropriate, but attenuated to this environment, to a completely different environment with a different set of rules, or consequences, let's say. And then how do we go back and see the human being as somebody who can change over time and understand the propriety of these different environments? Or do we always have to be constantly have our nose clean, or constantly anonymous?
No, you have to be constantly honest.
But he didn't change, though. That's the thing. He's trying to portray that he was a different person back then when he was doing those things. But he didn't change at all. He's the same fucking person.
Yeah, and the reality is, with the internet and with the scale that this guy's talking about, the more eyes on you, your past will come to light.
Yep.
If it is findable, and it usually is, especially the younger you get, the more findable it is too. It will come to light, and you have to be able to roll with it and accept the consequences. Like it again, it's not fair, but it is a thing. Again, I have a blackface picture, and I can say 1 million times a day that it's completely out of context, that it was, me hanging out with my friend who I was dressed up as. He's been on the show a bunch. It's like, there is no malice. It's entirely a joke. It will never, ever matter. I can never not have that picture there. And if I do something in public, inevitably and invariably, it does come up every single time. Anytime there's a new group of people who are like, who's this guy? They're like, oh my God, look at his picture. It's like, yeah, well, so what you have to do is you just have to own it, and you have to roll with it, because it's not like you didn't do it. And it's not like it matters what your reasoning or excuse was. Some people will find something inappropriate. Well, and fuck them. If that's going to turn you off of like good ideas, if that's going to turn you off of entertainment, then it will. And there's nothing you can do about it. Jack wants to pretend that he can just modulate his public behavior and erase his private life, but it doesn't really work that way. Lying all the time doesn't work. It's hard.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think that Jack Murphy has a chin under there?
No.
Is it like just gone? Like, there's just no chin? It goes like lip to neck?
No,
like
I think it's a vagina.
It gets rid of... you like go in there and there's a freaking vag on his chin?
Yeah. Yeah. I think if you went up to, like, here's this thing on me, whatever this thing is called, right below the lip. I think if you did that to him, he would actually orgasm, because that's where his clitoris is.
Isn't that, don't they call it the flavor saver?
Yeah. You go up to Jack and you're like, he's like, stop. Don't stop.
Please
stop.
And
And then he starts spitting uncontrollably.
Oh God.
Here we go.
Okay.
Is that the only other option, or is there a way for us to understand how human beings operate in this brave new world?
Yeah, into how you contextualize your behavior. So I used to call this platform power and platform responsibility. Like, as the platform grows, you have different responsibilities. The things that you can say when you've got 50 Twitter followers or a blog that no one reads for fun,
Again with
is
this
entirely different than what you
excuse.
can and should be saying if you have 150,000 followers.
No. Whether you have 50 or 150,000 people following you, you should not change or moderate what you say.
Exactly.
Like, because what you say should bring you to 150,000 followers,
Exactly.
or it
Good
should leave you
point.
at 50. Like,
Yep.
that's it. It's like,
Yep.
well, this isn't working. Let me grift. It's like, no, I mean, maybe you need to talk about something else, right? Like maybe the subject matter, like for me, I love talking about movies. If I post movie reviews, because I had my second channel, I'd post like movie reviews or, little nerd review things. They didn't do anything. It was fine. I enjoyed doing it, but they didn't ever take off. No one gives a shit what I think about those subjects, right? So
Well,
I
I don't
like,
know about that. I bet when was the last time you did a movie review?
well, that channel got nuked by YouTube. It's been a while.
Oh, okay.
Six
I
months,
bet if
7
you
months.
did a movie review now, like a Nick's drunken movie review. You got to be drunk, by the way. In my head, I'm picturing you drunk, so you have to be drunk. For
Yeah.
this. Nick's drunken movie review. Who would watch it? Chat? Would you watch it? I would watch it.
Oh, God damn it. Don't ask the chat.
Yeah, they're gonna agree with me. They're gonna be like, hell yeah. Uh-huh.
No, well, we'll see.
So
We'll
you're
see.
welcome. I want my
I gotta tackle the content that I have before I tackle the other content. God.
Yep. Hell yes. Yes.
No,
yes,
there was a
yes,
nope.
yes.
There was at least one nope
One.
in there. I saw there's a
One.
no.
Hey, whoever said no, fuck you.
No. Okay, here we go.
Big Nose Media. I love it.
That's a good channel name right there.
It's pretty good. I know. They need a cut
millions of people are watching what you're doing and saying. I think that's true. And you comport yourself differently in the privacy of your own home, and then with your family, and then with your community. I mean, sure, there's congruent value system, but you still it's like you come home and you take your shoes off, right? Like that's if you
come home and you take your dick out. It's like, what is this? I mean, it's again,
dude. These are all him making excuses. It's all him trying to, get ahead of the inevitable. So let's talk. So now when the interviewer brings up what happened, he's already established. Well, he's not. He said it like 5 times already so far about how you say things that, well, first it was to get a rise out of somebody, then it's like no one reads it anyway. I only had 50 followers and none of them mattered. But every fucking one of your followers should matter because they're following you for a reason. Whether they hate you or not, it doesn't matter. They still give you a follow. Oh God. Come home, you piss on your wife.
You come home, take your shoes off, and make your girlfriend eat your butthole on camera.
It's a side hustle.
There was someone said in the privacy of Chatterbait, the chat's going too fast for me to grab all these. But see, this is a weasel method right here, because sure, there are differences in how you conduct yourself. If I'm in church, I don't say cunt. Right? Like, respectful. I don't. If I'm teaching Sunday school, I don't say fuck. If I'm teaching my homeschool class, the Constitution, I don't talk about the freedom to have your butthole eaten out by your girlfriend on Chatterbait. Those subjects don't come up. Sure, they don't. but that is different. There's a moderation of speech for appropriate company that is not the change of persona
Right.
that is emblematic of this situation where
That's
you
what
go
he's just
from
trying to establish. He's
right.
trying to establish
He wants
that.
to blur it like Robin
Yeah.
Thicke, right?
Mm-hmm.
But tell you what, Jack, you don't have that super hot chick, Ratajkowski or Emily Ratajkowski. You don't have her walking around with her tits out. So you can't do blurred lines here, buddy. It's just you and your cuck beard.
And your vagina chin.
And your vagina chin. Your face merkin and your vagina chin.
What did you say earlier? You were doing, dude, you had me cracking up. You were like, you're talking about some YouTuber, Ethan or something, and you were like, you know, that the rape stuff, that the clam. You came up with like 5 that I had never heard before, dude. I was dying. One of them was clam something. What was that?
It was like, I think it was clam claps or clam clap or whatever. I don't even remember.
Dude, I just have to. That shit was hilarious, man. I was cracking up. That was hilarious.
Printer God says, Adam, what's under the beanie?
What's up, printer? It's hair.
It's hair.
It's just not.
He took it off. Most beanie beclad men.
Are you talking about
will
Tim?
not take them off on camera.
You're talking about Tim's beanie? Yeah, there's nothing under there.
Okay, so I was watching.
That's known. That's known on the. Everyone knows he's bald. Whatever.
I was watching a movie with my wife the other day, and it was 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, we were watching 50 Shades of Grey, and the
you know the main actor or what's his name?
Jamie Doran. Doran, yeah.
Doran, yeah. I worked with him. He's cool. Very nice guy.
He seems like a pretty cool dude.
Yeah.
So first of all, we watched the whole trilogy.
Hold on. I'm not done with this story.
Okay.
I told you about this the other day, and you're like, why? I said it in your chat because someone said underwear model, and I was like, technically I was an underwear model.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, I did post nude.
Wait, say that again. Go ahead and say that again.
Hold on. You want me to show you? I'll show you.
Wait, what?
I've got the magazine.
Is it safe for YouTube?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what pose nude actually means. Like, because there's dicks out for Harambe nude. And then there's other nude.
Okay. All right, so the first modeling job I ever did was Abercrombie and Fitch.
Oh no.
This is the name of the I kid you not.
It says, oh no, wait, it's falling out. I don't know.
I was doing it on purpose.
Yeah, are you sure?
I was doing the slow reveal.
Okay. Is that you on the cover?
It's me. That's Jamie Dornan. There's Malin Ackerman. And there's me. And there's my ass.
Wait, is your ass on his leg?
No, I'm in the driver's seat. He's in the passenger seat.
Okay.
Bro, this they're trying to sell clothes. There's some like
how are you selling clothes? There's no clothes in the fucking picture.
Can I show tits and ass on there? I don't even know what I can. Bro,
no.
There's so much. Wow, look.
No.
Look. I'm wearing clothes here. That's actually I'm wearing a fucking peacock outfit.
What the hell? God damn it.
I don't know what the hell they had me wearing, dude. It was some sort of. I can't show you any of these other pictures though.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, no TNA on YouTube.
Here's all of us. There's no TNA. This is all of us in the back of a car. Me, that's my hand on Malin Ackerman's butt. She told me to put my hand there though. Just
sure, you got consent.
For the record, I got consent for that.
This is a good clothes ad.
You know what?
Look at how these clothes look around your ankles.
They brought me to, I was there for 9 days in California in like beautiful locations, hanging out with, and because I was with Jamie Dornan and Malin Ackerman, we were all, like we were just like hanging out the whole time, just us three, and they were really cool. So I got to just like chill with these now famous people.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, it's my time. I'm gonna start a YouTube channel. That'll get me there.
Well, I'm gonna say 50 Shades of Grey was a weak film.
Yeah, I heard it's not that good.
The 50 Shades Darker and 50 Shades Freed, both considerably better films.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the first one, look, I read the book, and there was a severe lack of what, like, I'm not saying the book is good, right? But what made the book sellable was gone from the movie, and that was the shitty internal monologue of the female doing the power trip throughout the whole, because the whole thing is actually, it's a power story of women, or of this woman over this guy who's supposed to be a dominant. It comes out later he's not actually a dominant, big spoiler or whatever, but he's just a sadist.
I'm not gonna watch it.
It's because of his years of abuse or whatever. It was pretty, like, if you're reading the book, you can kind of see where they're going, but I never read the second book or the third book. But we watched the other two movies. I'll say the second and third movie, not great, but better than the first movie.
Okay.
But yeah, we watched them. But anyway, so where this comes from, where we got here, right?
Yeah, how did we get here?
I'm telling you right now.
Okay, bring it home.
Anastasia from the movie, she's getting in, I think, a helicopter with him, and she puts the headphones over her hair. And my wife's like, no, not a chance. And I'm like, no, there's weirdos out there, even guys, weirdos who wear like a beanie or whatever, and they or a hoodie, and they put their headphones over the cloth. And she's like, what is wrong with them? So yeah.
This is a really thin beanie. I can't do it with that thick ass beanie that he wears. I always rock the thin beanies. I couldn't. It's so, there's like double layer too, because he wears that one that has like the band around it. I can't rock those.
Real quick, Holy Hand Grenade says, Ricada Law, dude, the book is not good on any level. What the fuck are you talking about? It's worse than amateurish. You're actually incorrect. You are incorrect, and I can objectively prove it to you. It's because the book sold over 100 million copies. That doesn't make it good, but there's something in there that clicked and worked, and they did it. There's a whole bunch wrong with the book. Technically it's one of the shittiest written things I've ever seen, but there's actually some really subtle things that are right about it in the right context, and they sell. And that was the most important part. Commercial success of that book is unfucking paralleled.
I thought it was just like porn for women or something.
It is.
I don't know.
It is. No,
Okay.
it 100% is. And it's the power fantasy is the porn. Like, the sex scenes are pretty weak, and like they're not super sexy or anything like that.
For men.
For men. No, but even for women, they're just, the sex scenes aren't the porn. The porn is, here is a guy who is a billionaire, who is a dominatrix, so to speak, who is going to take control of this woman, buys her whatever he wants, is super controlling and manipulative. Like, he follows her. He has people following her. He shows up where she is and all this stuff. It's super creepy, except she is a journalism major in college when she meets him, and she ends up dominating him and changing his entire life throughout the 3-book series. But it happens in the first book. She completely takes him over and becomes the dominant in the relationship. And she makes him break every single rule from the first encounter. I mean, it's from the very fucking start. It's a female power fantasy. It is porn for women, because now they have the ultimate provider. Everybody sees this guy as an alpha, except her, who she controls him in the bedroom and at home and in every other way. He's completely smitten and unable to do anything without her. And she also has to fix him because he's an abuse victim who has lingering post-traumatic stress, and she saves him from his abuser over the period of time. Like, this thing is everything every woman wants to be, right? I will save, I will help, I will assist, I will control, and everyone will look at my partner as being the most alpha provider ever, and I will know the truth that I'm the power behind the scenes. If you want to know why it sold 100 million copies, done. There you go. I just explained it to you. 100 million women want to read that story.
But have you listened to Gilbert Gottfried reading it?
I have.
May he rest in peace. Okay, good.
I have, and it was
It's the only way.
funny.
It's the only way to listen to it.
But yeah. Here we go. Back to this for a little bit. I'm gonna have to be done soon, but we got a little bit of time still.
I'm pretty.
You're at your home on the internet and you can take your shoes off and you do. Well, that's great. But the trail is permanent. The trail is permanent, and when you do move from one space, I like how you said that, how like the distance can be very short. I think that I'm a interesting example of how short it can be and the perils that come along with it.
I would never say that sentence in my entire life. I'm an interesting example of how short it can be. No. Terrible.
But I can't, a little tangent here. I can't separate in my mind what I should or shouldn't have done differently. Yes, I know there are a lot of things I wish I didn't do. But then again, were the things that I shouldn't have done the ones that shorten that distance? It's like the things that you do or say get you to where you want to go, but then you regret having done or said them.
Wow.
No regrets, right? Like, no. This is what I talk about all the time. Things can be shitty in the moment. Things can be great in the moment. And when you look back on it, you have to realize that those moments brought you to where you are, and you can't regret them, especially if you're at a peak. I mean, you can regret them. Like if you're being gang raped in a Turkish dungeon, I mean, you could probably regret your life choices that brought you there.
Yeah.
But if you're where Jack Murphy was, like you're making tens of thousands of dollars a month conservatively, and that's only if you had one source of monetization. You've projected yourself into $500,000 a year or more. You cannot look back and go, "Oh, I can't believe these got me there." No, that if something got you there, it's part of the story.
Well, he's also he just said something interesting too. He said the things that got him there were these things that like if I were to take the whole context of what he said so far in this whole interview, these things that he's never said he regrets them. So I can't say that these things that he regrets posting, because he's kind of like going around it because he's not saying it because he doesn't regret that stuff because he still thinks it. But he's making this claim that that's what got him there. But that's not what got him this following, that $500,000 a year. It's like, that's not how he did that. He did that by realizing that shit that he was doing wasn't getting him. And this kind of shit, this grifting ass book that I will never fucking read. I don't even know why I have it. It's just residual.
Oh, it's funny now.
Yeah, now it's hilarious to have it. I'm not gonna fucking read this shit though. It's like I don't. What the fuck is a deplorable? He actually said to me once.
He borrowed Trump's wave, but go ahead. Sorry.
He said to me once, the walkaway movement. You know about the walkaway movement?
Yeah, walking away from the Democrat Party.
He had this. I have the hat. Actually, I see it from here. I was wearing it one day, and he was like, "Oh, the walkaway, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like they're I a good group of people." And he's like, "I had the idea first. They just coined a better name," and then like turned and walked away. And I was like, "Damn, dude!" Like, it's like Democrat to deplorable, and it's like, bro, you're fucking deplorable, but not the way your book says. Like,
right?
You should look up that definition.
It's well, and he's borrowing the language. He was capitalizing on a movement from someone else. That was the whole thing he was doing. And what did he bring to the table? That's the thing that, remember, this is a fascinating life study of Jack Murphy when you really get down to it, right? Democrat to Deplorable is his book. The entire basis of Jack Murphy's success and his transition is something someone else did to him. Because every single fucking story is, and then I got doxxed. He wasn't deplorable until he got doxxed. Then he was, his doxing, by the way, was a picture that he took with Chelsea Manning, Brad Manning, whatever name you want to pick for that person, and Mike Cernovich. That's what got him. So he's out hanging with other people. He's on the coattails of these people with some recognizability on the internet and in these political spheres. And he was not right wing. He was not. However, once he got doxxed and other people put him into the right, he then followed their suggestion and went right. His entire journey was actually passive. There's no intentionality. There was no Jack Murphy momentum to it. I was talking to someone who had sent a super chat earlier, and they said they're 34. They're at a crossroads. It's like, man, whatever road you pick, that will be the road.
I heard your speech. Yeah, I liked it. It was good advice.
Jack didn't pick his road. Someone came up and shoved him down it. And then he's like, well, here I am now. Someone pushed him into it.
No, I don't think so. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I think he's been grifting this whole time. He
well,
knew,
yeah, but
it was okay. I see what you're saying.
Someone made the choice, and then he picked up the grift. But I don't think he's deplorable. Like you said, you're not what you say you are. He's not this Trumpian character. He's not this thing. He's not the not cuck. He's not the not swinger. He's not this manosphere masculinity, build it all with my kids and learn a new skill guy. He got dumped into it, and then he rode with the banner. He picked up the banners like, yes, this is who I am, but it was a lie. That's what I'm saying. Okay, anyway.
I can't sometimes separate the two. Yeah.
Well, you could reverse engineer it by you can go through action by action, but I mean the explosiveness. Again, I go back to that Beirut explosion. Do you remember that when that happened?
Which
it
one?
was 2019 or 2020. There was this something exploded on the dock, and it was
that one. Okay.
Beirut. So there's 40 or 50 cell phone footage of this huge explosion, and then later on, a bunch of damage, just phenomenal thing to watch. But you're like, what happened? And then some company in Britain, I think it is in Britain, did a beautiful reconstruction. They took it all together, they figured all the photos, and they went down to that warehouse, and they figured out what was in that warehouse, what happened. And the warehouse had created a bomb without knowing it. They had a bunch of fertilizer, a bunch of tires, and then a bunch of fireworks. It was a perfect bomb. It was this huge bomb. And they didn't, there was, people were warning about that, but nobody knew that was going to happen. So, and
I mean, except the people warning about it.
To make a metaphor for your case, like there was the explosion. There's a lot of very intense material that just grabbed attention to it. Phenomenal. Like sorry to say, phenomenal. Pow. But then you're like, how did that bomb get built? And what were the different things? How were they put together? And to what degree is that something that we can learn from on how to create, be more intentional in how we create ourselves in the internet, and understand to what degree we can go from one place to another, and what's going to stick with us, what doesn't stick with us, what's important, what's valuable to the audience, what do people want, necessarily need to know about us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So like forensically, you created a bomb that collapsed the world. It collapsed the world's attention, not on the level of Will Smith getting slapping Chris Rock, but that that was like one moment where one thing happened.
He's actually famous.
Everybody looks at this thing for
what was that?
It's like, because Will Smith's actually famous.
Yeah,
Jack's not famous.
And again, like when you start getting into scale. Tim Pool is internet famous, for example. Tim Pool is a convenient launch pad for this.
Yeah.
He was
for me too.
But he's Yeah. But I mean, he's his level of popularity and recognizability is very big, except when you consider Will Smith,
Right.
right? Like it's not even close. When you consider The Rock, right? Like the level of exposure that these types of celebrities have on a national and then global level, it
Right.
is unreal. Billions of people can identify Vin Diesel. That's a weird thought that a billion people could identify a particular person.
Yeah.
And for most social media celebrities, it doesn't work out that way. Even though they can have very huge, respectable followings, it's not the same. It's not that household level. It will be at some point, but we're not there yet.
1 day, 2 days, right? You're every once in a while we get like, it's like the lottery. We get put in that place. And you're like, what happened there? And the weird thing about the internet is that everybody picks it apart and then everybody theorizes about all these different things. There's forum threads just trying to figure out, who is this guy? CIA, they're calling you like a glowy. I don't even know what a glowy is or what that means, like.
Do some
Glowies are
research when you
helpful.
interview.
Glowies are helpful because you can see them at night and hit them with your car.
Look at here. Hey, fellow deplorables.
And I don't want to back you in the corner. You don't have to answer any of these questions. It's just that you attracted so much attention in such a phenomenal short amount of time that I don't know how one deals with that, and then how one kind of figures out the rubble, reconstructs it, and then moves on from them. Right?
Yeah.
Where's the question?
Well, there's a lot of good questions in there, and a lot.
What
There
was the
weren't-
question?
There weren't any questions in there. There were some statements that were made, and you can certainly riff off them, but I'm not sure what the questions were. It's going to manifest some questions for us.
Think about the
That's like,
attention.
dude, pause it for a second. He basically just said, I'm going to throw you a pitch now. Here it is. It's coming. I'm throwing it as slow as I possibly can. And Jack Murphy, he's like, all right, okay. And now, like, here he's prepped to, answer the questions.
Yeah.
It's basically, he did it. He basically said, like, explain what happened in the weakest fucking way possible. Like, again, I'm not trying to, like, attack this guy, but bro, come on. At least fucking say, actually ask a question about it.
What I'm really depressed about is there's no way I can finish this interview tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish it. It might be, I might have to do a Sunday show. Well, that's Easter.
Yeah.
That'll be perfect, because we can find out if an egg comes out of Jack's ass, and then he might be the Easter bunny.
Well, it's cool if you want to cut it. I got to. I can't join Sunday though, because I'm doing some family shit. But
it'd be Sunday night. But I'm not sure. God, I'm trying to figure out. But the thing that bothers me is not being able to finish this, because I want to see where this guy takes the interview.
Well, this is the freaking moment too. This is like, we're about to see Jack. Like, I mean, he's gonna fucking bullshit. We got to at least.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna go a little bit further. Still.
Okay. I was gonna say, we can't call it right now. This is like the ultimate blue balls if you cut it off now.
Yeah. No. And we're not gonna do that. I'm just saying, like, so we're 34 minutes in. Even when he's done with this segment, there's gonna be a whole lot of interview. And does he drop the hammer? I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I want to know.
True. He might be like, all right, we're in this area now. I'm going to hear what you like. It's like letting him talk. And then he's going to be like, all right, well, here's my actual question. Here's my actual standpoint on this.
Let's see where it goes.
See.
Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, we'll see.
It was a bomb. And I tried, speaking in generalities here, I tried to clean up some of my history, and I thought I had done a decent job, but I guess I hadn't. Things were stored in Russian BitTorrents and
nope. Just literally the Internet Archive. Like, just the fucking way back, like the normal Internet Archive that exists, not Russian BitTorrents. Stop it. Stop minimizing things. fucking kidding me?
Didn't he get that that article removed from the Way Back Machine?
After the Sidney Watson stuff happened.
Oh, okay.
I'm
too late by that point.
Because like when I pulled it up, it was just on Internet Archive. It might still be on Internet Archive. I don't know, or archive.is or whatever. Like it was just there. The Chatterbait stuff, I think, was still on Chatterbait. I don't think that was even like, I think people just needed to know where to look. They had to find this hairy bald man.
Big beard. I don't remember what his username was. Something big beard guy. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's fucking gross.
Some ridiculous
big bearded bear or something. Here we go.
In places that this is what people are telling me, that I just had no idea to even look. No idea. All the casual
Hentai Happy says, yeah, I saw him on Chatterbait.
searching, your regular Google searches, 20 pages deep, whatever. I thought I had done a pretty good job because I realized I had gone from one universe to the next. And I didn't know that I was gonna. Nobody told me I was gonna be like famous.
Big Bad Beard 1000. That was his.
I love how he puts famous in quotes because you're not famous, Jack.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not famous. I'm not trying to say I am. For just because there's going to be those people. Well, you're not famous. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm not famous.
We're very well aware that we're not.
Like, I'm nobody. We're all nobodies. It's like
I covered one of the most important recent trials for police in Minnesota, right? The Kim Potter trial that it will impact how every single police officer deals with a person getting into a car to try and run away during a warrant, which happens more than people want to admit. And the police in my town have no fucking idea who I am. Like, this is their thing. They all know about it. They know about Kim Potter. They have opinions about it. They don't know that I covered that. And I was the biggest coverage of that case that you could find on the internet. And they have no idea who I am. Like, none. And that's how unfamous we are. Right?
But they should. I love watching you cover legal stuff. Like you really do a good job of explaining. Well, and it's also kind of funny because you'll all oftentimes go, you should be doing this. Like, oh, why are you letting that slide? Or like, God, and it's like, man, I want Nick on my side. Shit, if I'm getting in a situation.
But I'm just saying, like, if there's someone who should know me from something recent, it's that, and none of the cops that I don't already know, none of them know who I am. Like, nobody. It's amazing, and like, I'm in your town covering a subject in your state that's in your profession that impacts you, and I know you looked at it, like, you had to see something. You have no idea. But like, that's how unfamous we actually are. It's crazy. And Jack is that unfamous too. But he doesn't think so.
Listen to kind of how he's putting this together too. I try to get rid of it. These bad people on the internet brought it to light. It's their fault.
Yep.
I'm not at fault at all. I tried to get rid of it, and now I'm in this space. I didn't know I was going to be famous. It's like this fucking stupid quotes that he did. It's like, dude, own it. You fucking did it. Own it. Now it's clearly came out. Now you have to own it, or you're just a fucking bitch that can't own his own shit that you did. Now he's trying to blame other people for it coming to light. And it's like, it's the internet, man. As soon anyone who gets famous, that's what people do. They dig in the internet to find out more about you. And when you have shit like that, they're going to find it.
Yep. Oh, it's great. Here we go.
Right? Nobody told me I would walk down the street in any city in America and have somebody walk up to me and be like, hey, you Jack Murphy. Walking on the trails of Bryce Canyon with my kids. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm so
crazy.
famous.
I had no idea. And I did know in the back of my mind, it was always kind of lingering. Like, okay, there's a bomb here, perhaps. And it happened. I turned the internet off December 29th and didn't turn it back on again, basically, until February. And
Wait,
people tell me I was like top 10
No, you
trending
did
for
not. No, you didn't. You were writing stuff to your liminal order. You were asking for people's help in doing things. You were crafting apologies in your network. Come on
Yep.
now. You didn't post
Did
on
he threaten the
Twitter.
quartering?
He threatened the quartering. He
Did he
threatened.
threaten you?
No.
No,
The
it was
biggest
the
threat.
quartering.
The biggest threat I got was you won't look good to our you don't look good to our mutuals right now. I was like, oh,
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't.
It wasn't
Okay,
a threat,
sure.
but he like
No, he
he
tried.
actually
He tried to big time me like
right.
That's what he. This dude has big time written all over his forehead, so he can see it when he looks in the mirror. Right, like
Mhm.
that's what it is. He tried to big time me. He tried to big time the quartering. He tried to big time Elijah and Sydney by trying to go straight to Glenn Beck. He talked about that shit with his people. Here's our strategy. This is our war room. He told the quartering he was going to back off if the quartering would back off. And he said, yeah. And then immediately he's in his chat with like, he backed off, but we're going to war, like preparing all this stuff. It's like, come on, man, stop pretending that you turned the internet off. You didn't. You said he said the same lie at the time. Oh, I'm going to be with my family and I'm turning the internet off. And then there are chat logs from like 4 hours later where
Right.
he's on the internet, terminally on the internet during that time. It's like, bro, get off. Like if you're gonna turn off the internet, maybe you need to do it. But
Lies.
in the United States, maybe even worldwide. It went so big and so bad that every single family member got doxxed. All my kids got doxxed. We've got
oh, here's the sob story. Oh, everybody got doxxed.
Every single one of his family members got doxxed. Really? Do you believe him now?
No.
Would you? I don't either.
I don't believe they got doxxed. Look, they may have. I have no idea. But I can tell you, I didn't see any of it. And I was immersed in this. I was laughing at it the whole fucking time. I didn't see any of the doxing that goes on. But if he gets doxed on one Kiwi Farms post somewhere, then my whole family got doxed. It's like, what do you mean? And what do you mean by doxed? And what do you mean by your whole family?
Right.
Like your cousins or something, your sister, your brother, like your nephew, the Ethiopian kid you sponsored through that charity. Like, what is it?
Someone left a printed copy of his Cuck article on Jack Murphy's grave. All right. That's how bad it got.
Oh, no.
threats. We have open police investigations to the death threats. Just torrents and torrents and torrents of abuse and hate. Pictures of my house and
3 torrents
and details of all my immediate family members' lives, picked through it and poured over and posted to the internet and totally disclosed and doxed. And the question that I ask myself is why? Like,
he's doing the same
reason
thing.
Yep.
It's these people on the internet, these terrible people that just want to ruin my life. It's all their fault, all of it. Why would they want to do this to me?
He knows why. That's the worst part. And you know how we know he knows why? Because he tried to scrub it.
Yes, exactly.
He knows exactly why you tried to remove it from the internet.
Exactly.
He
even just said it. I knew it was a bomb. I knew I was, it's like, oh man, I'm getting some attention. There's this bomb. And then guess what? The internet found it and it blew up. That's your fault, Jack.
Yep.
Yours.
Why did people care?
Because you were lying you're just lying to thousands of people. You're representing yourself as one thing and you're not. And you're making money off of your representation. That's the other part of it.
What's this thing here? It's a fucking book you wrote about find yourself politically and how you're speaking for these 9 million Obama voters ditched the Democrats and embraced Donald Trump. Why the fuck should I believe what you have to say of speaking for these 9 million people? Or should I pay attention to you, Jack? Or should I pay attention to what you're actually doing in your life to maybe not trust what you're saying? That's why people were pissed, because maybe they actually did trust you.
Yeah.
Ever think about that?
Yeah. And again, I obviously didn't talk to every liminal order member, but I did I did I did talk to a couple of them, and the one of the biggest things that what they felt was the betrayal because of how it made them look. Because if they had known that they were joining this guy's thing, the real Jack's thing, they wouldn't have ever joined.
Yep, exactly.
Because you don't take alpha advice from a guy who sells his wife. You just don't do it. Like
exactly.
You can't. So anyway, here we go. A little bit more.
I wasn't out there hurting anybody or
$70,000 a month.
Yeah.
You took and it was a subscription service. You required people to do that to join your thing. You sold them a thing. And it wasn't true.
breaking any laws, or in fact, you know me, I just had spent a year traveling the country hosting brunches so that people can come together and make friends with each other and build community.
How anybody didn't know a guy traveling the country hosting brunches was gay is beyond me.
You heard about those brunches too, right?
I've heard some things about them, but what are you going to say?
Well, I hear that they're insanely overpriced. And like,
yeah,
it's
like $100 or something for a brunch.
And they're already paying to be in the liminal order. It's like, bro, if you're going to have someone pay $100 a month to be in this thing, you put things on for them to go to. If you're a member, you don't fucking pay for shit. Like, that's how it should work. You want to take this class? Cool. It's part of the liminal order. But it's a fucking scam artist. I can't believe he just said he wasn't hurting anyone. It's like, that's a fucking lie.
I'm just going to say, like, you can join the liminal order for $100 a month, or you could buy every episode of Hardcore History for $1 each. And which one is going to be more fulfilling and beneficial to you?
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. Like the audacity.
And at the end of every single one, we did 16 events in 2021. And at the end of every single one, I was like, man, we are spreading joy. That's what we're doing. We're just bringing people together, giving them a little booze and a little food, and just letting them meet each other and make friends,
giving him
connections, and just spreading joy.
He wasn't giving it to him.
Giving them some booze and food for low entry price of $100 a plate or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it costs. It was, from what I heard, it was pricey.
I could probably find out. I know somebody who's been to him.
Yeah.
I doubt they're awake right now.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're at 36 minutes, 59 seconds. I'm going to go to 40 minutes and call it.
Okay.
Boy. And in the liminal order, we're just helping people get together to build businesses, to move their families, to we can talk about that if you want, like amazing success.
Please talk about the good work. Please talk about the good work. Please talk about the good work. That's been his branding ever since before this happened and after. The good work that I'm doing, the good work. We can talk about that if you want. That's what we could talk about. Can we please talk about that? Can we please not talk about my anus being licked? Can we just talk about the good work that I was doing? Please.
Success stories with guys in the liminal order. Me going on Tim Pool's, he's like, hey, you want to come be the first guest on my show? I'm like, sure, that'll be fun. We didn't go on this show to.
I bet Tim didn't say that to him.
No, that sounds like a Tim thing, right?
No,
like that's exactly how he would invite a guest. He would say, "Hey, would you like to come be the first guest on my show?" That's what he would do, I think. You know, when he invited me, it was, he called me personally and he said, "Would you like to be the 732nd guest on Timcast?"
Oh yeah.
And I was like, well, I was trying to be 731st, but I mean, I guess I'll take 732nd.
To get rich and famous. Tim didn't pay me anything, which is fine. It was great. I never asked for it. He never offered. It was fine. No complaints there. The question became why? Why were people, to me, why did people want to do?
He's got a disappointed dad face. I think I keep thinking he might turn it around. Look at how he looks right now. He's like, dude, come on, buddy. Come on, man. That's how It may not be. That's what I see in the look. That's
I don't want to judge this guy by the way he looks. I don't know him at all.
Yeah, I don't either. But I'm like, come on, I'm rooting for you.
Yeah.
This damage to take such glee in it, and then the replication of it. You know, I caught a few glimpses at the beginning there. There were just scores of people doing videos upon videos of repeaters. You know, this guy did a video, so I'm doing a video about this guy, and I'm doing a video about that guy, right? And just people with.
Nope, everybody just did videos about you. It wasn't them doing videos about other people doing videos about you. It was just them doing videos about you. Oh,
clear agenda.
What agenda?
Keep playing. Let's hear it.
Sorry. It just drives me nuts.
And true, you're right. Calling me like I'm a Fed or like I'm undercover or I'm a Mossad agent or like paid opposite. Like
that's the names you focus on.
Wow.
How about?
Do you think anyone called him a Mossad agent?
Well, yes,
I never heard it. Oh, someone said it. Okay.
I think Mr. Goldman was probably called a Mossad agent. He was probably called all sorts of particular Jewish meme names, I'm sure. But
yeah, what agenda? Someone in chat just said our agenda was comedy. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I mean, this shit is funny. You played yourself.
Look where he goes. Like, you're a Fed, you're a CIA, you're a Mossad agent. Like, no, dude, they were calling you a cuckold and a fraud. Those are the names they picked. Like,
yeah,
dude, what are you talking about? When he said F for Fed, I thought he was going somewhere else. I thought that was a different slur coming out.
Bro, let me tell you, I am literally just a guy. I'm just a guy in Washington, D.C. who worked really hard and put out a bunch of content that people liked. I mean, that is
you grifted off Tim Pool. You grifted off Tim Pool. You were a nobody before he put you on.
You had access to a million subscriber channel.
I know a little something about that, Jack.
Yeah, you had access to a 1 million subscriber channel on the regular. I mean, how do you? If you're not building a platform off that, you don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just how that goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if I don't even know how to compare it. It's not even. Tim Pool's audience is huge and engaged. If you keep bringing the same person on, they're going to get even a percentage of that would be enough for most people to at least launch something.
Hi, proof.
To why that was such a driving force for people to take such glee in, and I'm talking about millions of people, right? Like,
I don't think it was millions of people taking such glee. This guy's perceptions about numbers
about himself
is so insane. Dude, millions of people taking
perception
glee.
Of himself is so fucking huge. Like, this man's ego. I don't know if I know anyone who has a larger ego than this guy.
It's crazy. Like, I mean, I know my show did pretty well. I think we got around 100,000, 150,000 views on it. It might have got, like the one Drex and I did, where we just laughed a lot. That might have made it to like 200. I don't think it did though.
That shit was fucking funny. Oh my God. I think I had tears in my eyes watching you guys. That was a good episode. That was good. That was glorious.
It was a good show. But like, the reach though, like this guy, dude, no, you don't have millions of people doing this. Okay, here we go. We're almost there.
Millions of people. My buddy texted me, and he knows internet history as well or better than anybody. He says, literally, without a doubt, the most psychotic internet takedown I've ever seen.
Really? That?
And I'm perplexed.
Psychotic internet takedown? Dude, let's recap. Let's recap without specifics what happened. Man had spur gout on live stream, got mocked. That was the psychotic internet takedown.
Yeah.
Then man doubled down on show with huge amount of viewership, and continued to be mocked. That's it. The
Oh
psychotic.
no, it made it worse. It was worse too because his doubling down was also like it was a blatant lie.
Yes.
Because he was blatantly lying to said audience. So when that audience said, our girl Sydney Watson over here just came with some receipts, you fucking liar. All right, now we're gonna go harder at you because that's the fucking internet, dude. Like that's what happens. You did it, Jack. It's your fault. You made this worse. You did it. I've never seen him take responsibility for anything he's done here. And that's my biggest thing I fucking can't stand.
You want to see like the most psychotic internet takedown ever. Look what happened to like Milo Yiannopoulos. Like you're going to compare your situation to Milo's situation, where Milo got a statement taken out of context about himself and his perception of himself, and it was applied to minors in general.
Right.
And that ended Milo. It ended his persona. He's something else now, but it ended it. It just boom, wiped off the map in a heartbeat.
Well, look who he's talking about too. Well, I got a buddy who he knows the internet. Let me just say, he knows the internet better than anyone. Trust me. And he tells me he's never seen any of it. Bro, you're fucking lying.
Yeah.
I don't believe this shit.
Stop this. Here we go.
Lying.
Almost done.
Honest.
Well, there's probably like mythological, archetypal, like the buttons that were pushed with that bomb, because you have masculinity.
Yeah.
What is a man? No, that's a hotly contested thing. A lot of people are fighting over that, and even men are fighting with men over that, right? So there's a salience there. There's a through line there. Then there's the actual, is her name?
Is it all that complicated? Like,
it's not fucking complicated. Men are fighting men? No, they're not. What the fuck is he talking about?
No, men are. I'll tell you who men are fighting.
Bro, he just lost me. This interviewer.
Here's who men are fighting.
He just lost me, dude.
Beta. That's who men are fighting right there.
Oh man,
it's not much of a fight over what a man is. Like it really isn't. It's not all that complicated.
It's fucking easy, dude.
Okay, here we go.
Sydney. The actual event, it's like
wait.
The actual, is her name Sydney? The actual event, it's like it's shocking. There's that shock value, but that's just the Will Smith slap. That's just like what gets everybody's attention. But then there's just this ripple effect across this particular part of the internet, and I think it has to do with the Venn diagram overlapping of like IDW-ish or post IDW stuff, and the Gamergate. Like kind of the subgenre of shit posting, trolling, Gamergate, kind of Kotaku and Action and Tumblr and Action people who make a lot of commoner content. It was just those two worlds colliding, and then you just became the focal point of that.
Yeah, I never wanted that audience. I never wanted to be engaged with that audience.
Dude, they're missing the point completely of why the internet was pissed at Jack. He refuses to see it. He is just the victim. He is the victim 100% in his mind. Jack's the victim. Sydney's an asshole for reading that super chat. It's her fault. It's the internet. It's those internet sleuths that were trying to take him down, and dox his family, just trying to ruin his life. I fully believe he thinks that now.
And this idea that what he just said bothers me. I never wanted that audience. I never did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
You're a salesman.
Yeah, but he didn't want their negative attention. He wanted them to join the liminal order.
But like Gamergate, whatever it is, Gamergate has launched some pretty big ships that have severe overlap in the spheres that he's talking about. Like you have guys like Sargon comes out of Gamergate. Does Dankula come out of Gamergate? I mean, Dankula has his own like libertarian thing with the little Nazi pug dog, which is really funny and stuff like that. But you have people coming out of this and similar, like you can't just say Gamergate because there's so much since then that comes out of some permutation of it. But it's like, yeah, of course you do, because a lot of those people are talking about similar things. They're talking about building stuff. They're talking about making their own spaces. They're talking about walking away from major media and traditional media and stuff like that and building their own thing. They're talking about walking away from corporations that hate them. And that's what the liminal order is all about, is about building new things and building connections and building things. Of course you wanted them as an audience.
Mm-hmm.
And I would suggest that many people in that audience probably have some idea of what Gamergate was, at least tangentially. But we're at 40 minutes. But I kind of want to see what he says right next. I'm compelled.
I want to talk about nerdy stuff on a nerdy level, in depth.
You just literally described Gamergate.
I don't want the nerdy audience. I just want to talk about nerdy stuff. With who then? Like
Fucking...
what the honestly, this guy will say the sky is green if someone is like, oh man, everyone's saying the sky is green. It's like, oh yeah, it's green.
Yeah.
Now buy my book.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what the fuck?
And remember, Democrats are deplorable is like, that's the Gamergate song.
I want to read this. Hold on. Here's the definition of deplorable.
Okay.
Deserving censure, contempt, wretched. You put that on the book, dude. That's you. Little did he know how fucking true that would come around, right? Damn.
Yeah. The amazing thing is this whole like walk away model, the Democrats a deplorable model, the red pill model, all of these things that have very similar themes jive extremely with Gamergate to the point where the mainstream media will refer to Gamergate simultaneously with these things, even as the villain that launched some of these concepts. It is the radicalizer of the internet. This is this mythical phase when everybody suddenly went away from their normal lefty values and suddenly became alt-right Nazis of the highest order because they hate women.
Right.
That's exactly who Jack is courting. It is exactly the audience he's courting. Maybe they're not the video game people specifically, the like couple personalities from Gamergate, but that's who he's talking about. Their audiences are exactly who he wants.
Yep.
Anyway, this has been one hell of a watch, and it's a little over halfway or a little under halfway there, pretty close, but a little under. And I'm gonna have to find time to finish it.
I'd love to say that it's a bummer I'm not gonna be able to watch the rest of it with you. It is kind of because I laugh my ass off when I hang out with you, but I don't really care to. I honestly just don't care. I mean, I never really hung out with Jack. You know, I was never on the show with him, so we never. Like we had very light conversations passing through the house, you know.
Right.
So, you know, I don't really have much more than what most people have, and that's the way that he portrayed himself. So, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm glad your kid is good though. That was.
Yeah, that was the good news of the night. I was really happy to come home. I've 5 kids. We've done some hospital stays before, and even when you know everything's okay, it's just a slog.
Yeah.
It's like,
just remember, stop having kids, you know.
I did.
You
antinatalist.
I'm
an antinatalist now. Yeah, don't. I'm not saying for other people. I'm saying for me. I'm an antinatalist now. I don't want to do anything more with it. It's I don't want to change diapers ever again.
Right.
Like I'm done with it. My
Yeah.
4-year-old is basically out of diapers and just has like some nighttime stuff that is that she wears, and she deals with that on her own. Like
Nice.
we're at that stage, and I'm like, this is perfect. This is almost like completely done. I will never have to worry about this until I have like a grandkid that I'm watching at some point.
Yeah.
And I'll still be yelling at the internet like, go back to bed, you damn kid. But but anyway, well, man, I've got a bunch of super chats to read, and I think the chat might lynch me if I don't do an unbreaded. So
I see a lot of people asking for unbreaded.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to stick around for that.
Okay, let's do that right now.
Let's do it.
I've
unbreaded.
I've got a couple $20 chats to read, not too many, but let me do that real quick.
Yeah, sure.
McChilla says, is Undead Chronic in the chat? Please bring that dude on for this one. Lol. Call him up, chat. Let's make it happen. I'm not bringing anyone else on tonight. We're almost done. McChilla says, I'll give you another $100 to finish reviewing this video. Just say yes and I'll do it. Come on, man. You're doing God's work. I'm going to, but not tonight. Not tonight. It's fucking 4 a.m. already, and I need to get some shut eye because I got a family event tomorrow. Dave says, Nick, you are making the argumentum ad populum fallacy on your reasoning that 50 Shades of Grey is a good book. The book sold because it was salacious and was touted by the media as controversial. Actually, I'm not making an argument ad populum fallacy that it's a good book. I said it was a commercial success. It's good in that way. But my reasoning for saying that there are good things in the book is my personal review of the book and my background in literature, in which I have broken down the actual functional literary aspects of the book that are undeniably good. Even if the book is technically written like garbage, there are parts of it that are deep themes that require a lot of analysis that are actually really compelling and well done. The dialogue was trash. The internal monologue was trash. It's a women's power fantasy and all that shit's trash. However, there's some really interesting.
I don't care. I don't care.
I do.
Shut up.
You said you wanted drunken reviews. There's some really interesting
movie reviews.
You're talking about
the book.
But there's real quick. There's just some really interesting character development and stuff that they do in the book.
Oh my God.
It was probably edited really well. You don't just,
he's
this
out
is
here
controversial.
He's out here demanding the director's cut of this movie. Like, bro. Chat, you want him to shut up?
I watched the unrated version. I got the basic director's cut.
Yo, unrated. Come on.
Not enough tits in it. Plus, they were too small.
You're getting way too triggered about this freaking movie.
One day, the truth of this book will be revealed. Ryan says,
"Can Adam accept it's a good book?" Anyway, go ahead.
Read the fucking book.
Please move on.
I've just been paid by.
Damn it! He was about to read the next super chat. Fuck.
I've been paid by the publisher to promote this book for the rest of the time.
I knew it.
Ryan says, "Can Adam read a random page from Jack's book in unbreaded style for us?"
Okay. Are we doing this?
If you want.
All right. Pick a number.
It's
got 200 pages. Hold on. It's only 260 pages.
83.
That's a book.
Let's go 260
pages. Oh
well,
my God.
I am a writer.
What'd you say? 83?
83, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. This is in chapter.
Everybody's saying page 69, though.
Deplorable.
Deplorable? Wait, actually, should you read 83 or should you read 69?
69's a half page. Get it? I mean, or 83.
Do 69. Come on. It's
all right. 69.
There's got to be a secret message on there.
This is for you, chat. Shit, I can't read this first line. It might get you in trouble on YouTube. No, it's fine.
It won't.
All right.
We're past 2 hours.
Trump was going to win.
Oh, fuck. Maybe it will.
It's too late. I already read it.
YouTube, we are not making any claims about the election at all. We're reading a retard's book.
My girlfriend and I ate up all that bread. as our energy levels rose. Oh God, what am I reading? It was now well after midnight, and we wanted to celebrate. There was only one logical choice: Trump International Hotel. We set off to party with another MAGA team member, but were sadly thwarted by red rope and a hotel at capacity. Trump supporters had overwhelmed the property during the course of the evening. On election night, it was the only place to celebrate, and we were late to arrive. We tried a few different places afterwards, but nowhere else was partying. Outside of Trump's hotel, the rest of Washington, D.C. mourned.
Did it literally in the second line say they ate up all that bread?
I read it verbatim.
So this is literally, it's a breaded story. Like it is breaded.
Yeah. It's literally breaded. They said 69.
No, that's perfect. See, I told you there was a hidden message in there.
They sensed the bread.
The chat knows. The chat's like, I smell
Good
baked
shit.
goods.
Good shit, chat. Damn, they're good.
This dumbass thought he was gonna get a room in Trump Hotel at random on election night after Trump won. Like he thought that was gonna happen. We'll go down to Trump Hotel. That's how. Come on.
They were all loaded up on bread.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
What I don't understand is hold on. They said it. The sentence is, my girlfriend and I ate up all that bread as our energy levels rose. What a weird fucking sentence.
Maybe it was one of those cum toasts or whatever.
I'm not gonna find out.
It is a weird sentence.
I don't want to find out. No, I'm good.
Let's see. Oh shit. Let me read this one real quick. Mike Oxlong says, "Hey Rackets, I'm about to close on a house soon. Congrats, buddy.
Nice.
Looking for a nice bottle to celebrate. Is the Boss Hog 7 worth retail? There's a bottle at a store nearby. Thinking about picking it up. Look, I don't know what retail in the Boss Hog 7 is. When I bought my 7, which is sitting right there, it was $4.30, but I saw them online for $8.70.
Damn.
I would not pay, like, it's a good bottle. I wouldn't pay $870 a bottle for it. That's scarcity, not quality. So if you can get the bottle around $400, is it worth it? It's pretty good. If you're celebrating, maybe I would personally. Kentucky Owl last batch rye, batch number 4 is $300 a bottle and is much better. It's really, really good. But I like the Boss Hog 7. But it depends on what your retail is. Asking $4.99 retail. It's a good bottle. I don't know what your financial situation is, but $500 a bottle, I don't know. I'd be hard pressed.
That's a lot.
I bought this one specifically to share with fans. So
Octomore 11.1. That's one of my favorite whiskeys. I see Carl just someone in chat just dropped that, and I was like, bro,
yeah,
speaking my language.
Joe Burrito says, dude interviewing Jack is Benjamin Boyce. He has good content. He interviewed James Lindsay numerous times, has on interesting guests like Jonathan Paggio as well. Pago, I don't know who that is. Wonder why he had Jack on. You should go on his show, Nick. If he invited me, I'd happily, assuming scheduling, but I'd be happy to go on his show. McChilla says, in Braveheart voice, Raketa is the DJ who unites us. Freedom. There you go.
I love your commitment.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
You got to do it. Okay, here we go. This is important. Important.
Sure.
I'm ready.
Here we go. 153. All right, guys, it is time for the Daily Unbreaded. Oh boy.
It's an honor to be here.
God damn it. This doesn't even have paragraph breaks.
Oh no. They're all capitalized. My goodness. Jeez.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Do you want to read
No,
any of this?
you
or
start. You start.
Okay, here we go. Becoming a martyr is worthy, but becoming a killer is holy. Becoming a martyr is worthy, but becoming a killer is holy. Binger must reawaken in thee. Thy Binger must kill the wretched enemy. Thy Binger must hear the wet sound in these words, the sacred release of their blood as it complements the knife. Thy Binger must rejoice in the vision of their blood released. Release thy evil blood into the air, into the streets, into the sky. May the soulless, empty vessels leak of nothing but thy Binger redemption. Their death is sacred opportunity. Each death they succumb to is a blessed victory of Binger. The war is holier than any ceremony televised. The war is how we get to the promised land by murder and vengeance. Money must be from our decision. We must create our own money. Fuck them up. Don't smile. Don't be funny. Don't be kind. Don't be kind of man. Be the man with the weapon. The man talked about after they clean it up. Be the man they described and remember. Be the man that haunts their children long after you die. Be the man that gives them nightmares decades after you are finished. Be the man never forgotten. Be the man that sets a record no one dares to approach or consider. Be the man no unworthy man wishes to dare to compare to his highest vision too. Be the man so evil that he changes the flow of the oceans. Be the man so wicked that the currents flow forever in a new direction, directed by his mission. Be that man. Be that man so evil that no one will ever forgive him. Be the man so vile that they are afraid to be compared to you. Be so low in your frequency that all of the world parts away from you in fear and apology. Be so full of hatred and darkness that all the unworthy men are repelled like magnets in the blinds of history. Be the man so atrocious that your name becomes a curse in the mouths of unworthies. Be the Binger. Kill without a thought. Be the Binger. Kill better than ever thought. Be the Binger. Show them how bad it can be. Be the Binger. Go worse than history taught. Be the Binger. Release greater pains upon them than anyone will be brave enough to remember. Be the Binger. When unworthies enter our culture, they try to define what is good and bad. Inside of it, they try to tell us what is real or fake hip-hop or rap. They don't understand that it was always just Binger people being Binger people. There is no such thing as Binger being an imposter or a poser in his own culture. He might be a Tom or a traitor of how he fails to advance Binger world dominance, but Binger cannot fail to be Binger if he makes an effort. He cannot fail to be part of his own culture if he is being himself. His culture is part of who he is, and he is part of his culture. They are the same thing. If an unworthy person feels it is possible to cringe at Binger, there is too much peace and kindness from Binger. That is when you know it is time to remind the unworthies of who the fuck Binger are. If the unworthies feel it is possible to criticize Binger's soul and say that Binger is not real in any way, then Binger needs to show them. Binger already know what I mean. I don't have to say another word on this. Binger knew that. Binger know that we are ready to go on the drop of a motherfucking whisper. Binger ain't really stuck in this bullshit like they think when they talking to us and casually commenting on Binger's soul like we standing right now and not sitting chill on the squat like ready to pop up and explode. They talk to Binger like Binger went out of existence. They talk to Binger like Binger stopped being Binger yesterday when Uncle Tommy got elected, like Binger went away or got corrected, like Binger don't really got it anymore. They culture got infiltrated by the foreigners and the born traitors. Binger still want to activate. Binger sit still till it's time to bury red. See nothing until the bodies are underground. Leave the unworthy man rotting in the sewers. Binger ain't committed to this civilization shit. Binger is ready to win against it. Binger is ready for war. Yesterday, they just forgot Binger is already here. Binger is already bored with unworthy success. Binger is bored with billboards and cashing checks. Binger's soul needs something.
I'm ready.
Well,
Wow. That was That was incredible, dude. You really you really like brought those words right off the page.
I'm moved. I'm gonna paint myself in blackface and go stand up right now.
Be the binger.
Agricola
Wow.
Urbanus says, "What was that?" Okay, I always forget to explain this.
Oh yeah.
There is a man. He was a UCLA philosophy professor who wrote a manifesto. It is 803 pages of basically that. And he posted it on the UCLA philosophy board. He also emailed all of the staff and faculty over at the philosophy department that he was going to murder them with a gun. He has been arrested after he failed to purchase a gun. By the way, he did try. His background check said, hell nah. And he was not able to buy one. He was arrested and I don't know what his status is, but I would love to cover his trial and I hope it's public. I really do, because the man is a little bit out there. So every show at night, every nighttime show, I read one page in dramatic fashion in different dramatic fashions I tried to do from his manifesto, chosen at random by a program. So that's what that was.
That was glorious today. You really felt it.
I was in it. I was in the zone. I told you.
I mean, I was like, oh, yeah, I'll read it. You start. But then, dude, as soon as you started, I was like, oh, I can't interrupt this. There's no breaks.
I've had some practice now.
Yeah.
These pages flow to me. They come alive.
Clearly. Wow.
Oh,
that was
shit.
glorious.
Well, I'm going to read some super chats. You are welcome to hang as long as you want, but it is really fucking late. So if you need to bounce, you just go ahead and do so.
Chat, I love you. I always have a blast when I'm over here. I'm not banned on YouTube. I know usually someone was joking when Nick was on my show earlier, like, hey, what's up? You two together? Like, does that mean you're banned? Of course, I was live on YouTube when we were doing it, but I am not, and I love it. Yeah, check out my show, Krigler Show. This guy joined me earlier and basically broke down what he already told you. So there's no reason for you to actually go watch the episode.
No, you should, because it was funny. We had a good time,
dude. Oh, we were laughing a lot about. So I found this organization that it's literally called Stop Having Kids.
Yep.
And it's like, what? This is a real organization. They call themselves antinatalists, and we have a good laugh at their expense because they're thinking about the future generations.
Yeah. You should definitely go check out the show. We had a lot of fun. It was a good time.
It's funny. Yeah, it was good. Well, thanks for having me on though, Nick. I appreciate that. It was
always
fun to talk shit about a lion grifter.
Always a pleasure, buddy. I'm gonna put Adam's channel in the description.
Hey, cool. Thank you.
Joined by it's the Krigler Show, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Show.
Yeah. The Krigler Show. I didn't know if it was the Krigler Show or Adam Krigler. I always forget which one it is.
Yeah, the Krigler Show. See, Goody actually just posted it. Thank you, Goody. I appreciate you. Your mods are awesome.
Well, don't fluff them too hard. They're also pieces of shit.
All right, your mods are all right. They do their job. All right.
They're great. They're great. They're always here. They're fantastic. Even if all of them should probably be thrown off of a cliff. You can follow C Goody's links to the Krigler Show, which would be great. You can also click on his name in the description of this video. Well, buddy, thanks for joining me. It's always fun.
Have a great weekend, all right?
Yeah, you too, Ben. And happy Easter.
Thank you, too. Later.
All right. We've got some super chats to read. I'm gonna start going through them here. And we'll oh shit. Okay, here we go. Infernal Iris says the beard isn't a dye job. It's just Jack pushing his face so hard between his girlfriend's legs it forces Matt's jizz to the sides. That was filthy. Thank you, Infernal Iris. Ellipsis over on Odyssey says Jack should spend less time worrying about what has been impactful and more time worrying about what has been impacted. Oh, damn it. Gross. What else do we have here? Radicalized Ryan. He sent a coin comet and then a coin. That was a while ago. Thank you, Radicalized Ryan. And then Tato Chip says, growing up is wanting to slap your younger self. That and appreciating the journey it took for you to grow. I used to be a socialist when I was in junior high. At least I always knew that I would probably change my opinion on many things at some point. Yeah, well, and until you realize the horrific reality of socialism, like when you're young and don't understand economics or whatever, it kind of makes, well, yeah, maybe people should share shit or whatever. Like, that seems cool. Like, workers should get stuff. Yeah, that'd be, because they're not getting enough. And then you get out and you're like, oh, wait, no, this is a disaster. It always ends up with people dead in a potato field somewhere. Rumble username sucks says late, early, and gay heterosexual. Rumble username sucks says put me down for Nick's drunken movie reviews. Channel name's a bit unwieldy though. Maybe something snappier. Say critical drinker, maybe already taken. Maybe you should have him on the show. I'd have Drinker on the show. Yeah, he's great. I've been on his show a couple times. Really enjoy his commentary and content. Rumble username sucks says Dankula didn't come out of Gamergate. He got thrown in the pit like most, much like John Goldman, except he didn't put on a face and try to fit in. He just kept doing what he was doing before, which apparently was just sending his balls to people on Twitter, right? I think that's what he did. Let's see. Ari Berry, never worry about that, but I appreciate the sentiment very much. Thank you. Okay. Back to the early YouTube chats. Mexican Flash says, early, what the fuck? Eclipse Warlord says, hail, hope everything is good with the raclette. Yes, she is great. She is very, we got some anti-nausea medication in her from the hospital. And I mean, once that stuff hit, perked right up. Everything was good. And it seems like she'll be just fine. We have to do a little follow-up and monitoring over the next couple days just to make sure she's all good, but seems great. Brian Schultz says $5 to get the little one some ice cream. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I will actually do that. Thank you. She likes Dairy Queen twist cones. That's what she's a big fan of. Jack Murphy says, I'm glad I'm back. Do you want some soy shakes, Nick? I'll send some to your P.O. box. It'll make you more manly. Soy increases masculinity. Facts. Christy Gutierrez says, it's my man's birthday today. Can you wish Weeaboo a happy birthday? I'll get grifted by Daddy Big Nose just for him. Oh, Christy, I wish I had seen this earlier, but yes, give me a second. Well, you don't say toast. You just say wish a happy birthday, which I could do that, but I think we got to have a little libation to go with the wishes, right? That would be fine and respectable. To Weeaboo, happy birthday. Happy birthday with the love of Christy Gutierrez, who would come on to a degenerate YouTube show and ask a degenerate lawyer, so barely even a person with even less of a soul, to wish you a happy birthday. That is love and commitment, and you've got a good one. You've got a good one, brother. Happy birthday. Keep going. May there be many more in your future. Cheers. Vienna waits for you, says, lol, the Quartering featured this Jack Murphy interview today. Gave Nick a shout out as well. Awesome. Thank you, Quartering. Hungry Ewok says, cheers, Jesus. News Star 1 says, I'm freaking out. Illinois passed HB 4383 that effectively makes all AR-15 illegal until the upper receiver is serialized. That's going to probably get challenged. But yeah, man, that sucks. Jeff Patriot says, I can walk on water when it's frozen. Too high strung. Use this to buy that poor baby a bunch of pouchies. I will. That's, she does like the pouchies, but it's the younger one who eats the copious amounts of them. But this one will occasionally have them because she really likes them as well. Thank you so much. Smokin says Nick is a gentleman of the evening, whoring himself out as he consumes the finest liquor imaginable. Yes. Jackson Kai says, well, if you are getting the little one ice cream for a $5 super chat, then here is for the other kiddos. No one should miss out on ice cream. Oh, thank you, Jackson. That was nice. Really appreciate that. They will too. We'll have a Dairy Queen day out. CL Hunter says, got my Matsuri pass today. Can't wait till July. Awesome. Congrats. Andy Green says, hey, Nick, can you send up some prayers for my wife and I? Our firstborn son, Amos, was born yesterday. Thanks for all that you do. Any fatherhood tips would be great. Andy, I will pray for you for sure. I tend to do that in private the majority of the time. But I will toast to your little one, little Amos. Little Amos. May we welcome Amos into the world, a world of possibility. In a world of people who think there isn't any. But may Amos always find the open doors and always run across the open fields. May Amos always arrive at a destination, not at consternation. And may his parents be blessed and guided in their new journey with this little one. Cheers, brother. Happy birthday for Amos. I drank wrong. Kaya Wei says, urgent care was closed by the time the Krigler show was over, so you had to take your daughter to the ER. Are you saying that your daughter went to the hospital because of Adam Krigler? Yes, that's what happens. K-Rab says, a minute order has come out of the court that Eve Barlow is banned from the court for the remainder of the trial. Yes, and she should be, because she's garbage. Conjant says, no rush, of course, but the sooner you pick one, the sooner I can start working on it. Yes. Sorry, dude. I legitimately, my day got a big monkey wrench in it. And the time I had allocated for that was taken up. But I will get there. STFU FFS says, RuneScape, the veganism of video games. Kate Turk, welcome to paralegal status. Alan Sneed says, how did the Elijah Closet ambush for Ralph go? I read that one. I'm not quite sure, but it went well. How's that? We'll just run with that answer. Bad Dragonite says, we need more Chicano riding in 40K. Imagine the Adeptus Mexicanicus, 3 Hail Marys before driving a tricked out lowrider. It's not that far off from that, honestly. Cryptic says, who do you think wins Minnesota governor seat? Love from Eden Prairie. Cryptic, I must confess, I have not been following it. I'm going for, please, dear God, not Tim Walz. Please, for the love of all that's holy, not Tim Walz. I'm hoping that Walz has pissed off enough people to lose his seat. K Turk says, hey, Fairfax Circuit Court Anon here. Ooh, this trial has been totally crazy for us. So far, your coverage has been the best. Thank you. Appreciated. By the way, Depp likes to shake hands and his attorneys are very nice in person. Thank you, K Turk. I really appreciate that. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, if anything interesting happens and you want to drop an anonymous line, just shoot me an email. I'd appreciate it, but we'll keep covering it. And thank you so much. Pork Hunt says, blessings of the Easter season to you and your family, Nick. Thank you. Thank you, Pork Hunt. The realistic mystic says, Isaac, the spirit animal was awesome, but do you think he made a good impression on the jury? Love the videos. Look, the guy seemed to me, and I think to most people I've seen talk about it, he seemed immediately likable. Isaac seemed like the kind of guy that anybody could get along with, gets along with everybody. And I think the average juror is probably going to respond in the same way that the average person is. There can be outliers that don't like that gregarious personality. They might find people like that have, oh, I love them. They might find that people like that have shallow relationships. I think that's a minority of people. My experience with people like Isaac, and I know a couple people like that, where they're in a room, they're the center of the room all the time. They're magnetic, they're engaging. Everybody loves them. They actually do that. Like they just like them, and they will overlook a lot of faults because they're just super personable. So I think it'll be good for Depp, but we'll have to see. I think the jury probably did okay, but we can't know. Stanley Duncan says April 19th, 1776, the day riflemen made history. The Groom Reaper. If you were forced to choose between Klein or Ralph to be stuck on a desert island with for life, which Ethan would you choose? Ethan Klein. 100 times out of 100. Yep. I would choose to be stuck with Ethan Klein. That's how bad Ralph has gotten lately. Ethan Klein's just retarded. Like but that's fine. He's not unhinged, right? Never mind. That's the answer. Old Sport Coffee says, been watching you since you started and love all of the case coverage. Use coupon code LOSTPLANE for 15% off all orders during the Depp case. Wait, so that's at Old Sport Coffee? All right, guys, you can check out Old Sport Coffee and use coupon code LOSTPLANE for 15% off all orders. There you go. Thank you. Pork Hunt says, do you think Depp's team will bring Tazia Van Ree up? I have no idea. I have no idea who that is. I'll have to ask Tug who that is, because and that's why I like having Tug on. He knows all of this stuff, and I don't. You know, I'm covering the trial, and I kind of like covering these things without a ton of background information on it, because I get to experience it in a similar way to the jury, but with a legal education. So it'll be interesting to see. I have no idea who that is. Maxentius Decimus says, oddly enough, you have been a great help during the lockdowns in Canada. Today I went out to a bar and talked with people I didn't know again. Times may be hard, but good people are always out there. Cheers. They are. And if we can just break away, like legitimately, if you can get off the internet for a few minutes and hang out with people in person, just do it from time to time. Recharge those batteries a little bit. Brandon Raymond says, thank you. Thank you. Orange Red says, Benjamin Boyce was a student at Evergreen College when the students went full SJW. We're checking out a series about it. Really good stuff. Sounds great. I'd be interested in talking to him happily. Jeff Patriot says, brown starfish. Potentially criminal says, did Jack build a stable for his wife's bull? Holy shit. Trevor R says, never go to urgent care. It's the equivalent of going to Legal Eagle for advice on a lawsuit. Med school flunkies end up there. Worse than ED docs. I know some of the urgent care doctors at ours. They're the urgent care doctors at ours go on a cycle, and they're general practitioners around the area. We don't have much selection for doctors around here. I don't know if they're particularly good or bad, but I know the doctors that hit the urgent care circuit in this area, because they're the general practitioners and family practitioners. They go in and do circuits on the urgent care and rotate through them. A lot of them do that at the ER as well. Timothy Reaper says, is there really such a thing, gardening furniture? Is he just saying words he thinks are manly? Bingo. Orange Red says, best thing Tim ever did was not talk about Jack. Eric Winberg says, please no ankles tonight. I'm dumb, but ain't that dumb. Says, sorry I missed the last few months of Seminole Order dues. It's not my fault. Probably. I highly recommend Benjamin Boyce's channel, though. Thank you. Thank you for that. Brian Schultz says, you can tell it's not natural because the edge is bleached, but the middle is permanently stained brown. Maxentius Decimus says, Ricada getting mad spiritual tonight. AJ Cook, Dugan was a major Putin influence. Barnes talks about him a bunch. All about the multipolar world of autarky, etc. Also, huge chud bud. Glad the Depp Heard case brought me back to your streams. Hey, thank you, AJ Cook. I'm glad it has too. Welcome home. Yeah, I do not purport to be an expert on international policy or foreign relations. I can give my opinions on it, but they're uninformed. I'm just an idiot, just a random idiot like anybody else. And I don't like, a lot of people know shit about this stuff or purport to know shit. I don't. You'll just find me give my honest opinion based on the way I think the world should work, which is often wrong. CW says the moment men complain about their problems is when women lose respect. True. AJ Cook says too many Heideggerians at the party. Get a job, Heideggerian. Joe says these two should just admit their love. If I say big words, then I must be right, is the Jack Murphy philosophy. Jack Murphy says, we don't need capitalism. We need the fourth way that is better than capitalism that isn't communism or socialism. Also, I'm talking sense, not nothing. Jack Murphy also says, it's the P spot, Nick. Oh, God damn it. STFU says the careful ignoring of the elephant in the room getting pegged by an 800-pound gorilla is deliberately painful, probably like the gorilla pegging. Shouting from the cheap seat says what Jack does is word salad. Vienna waits for you. Spoiler alert, take a shot every time Jack claims victimhood in this interview. Oh, no one would live through that. You'd just be fucking dead. You just die. Oh, I should have saved that in case there's another toast. Fuck. Johnny's girl, welcome to paralegal status. Potentially criminal says Jack is a pseudo-intellectual hustler. Reformed convict says it's funny when cops try to arrest me with one hand. David says the way he holds a pen while he talks, pompous. Mr. Obvious, hey, what's up, brother? Says I beat Millennia drunk on my second try. I only found out after that she's apparently a hard boss. Hey, you know what, Mr. Obvious? Hey, fuck you. Jack Murphy says, I'm a writer. Tim Dog 68 says Jack and the other clown are members of the pseudo-intellectual dim web. Hunter Biden's crack pipe says Jack Murphy was done the moment the internet saw his butthole. Can't take a man seriously because the moment he tries to argue any point, you just be like, isn't y'all booty hole all over the internet? Again, my rule for life is never have your heels and chin in the same photo. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. CL Hunter says you should sing more. You have a great singing voice, Nick. Oh, thank you. Larry says I'm content to be content. Great channel, Rackets. Vermithrax pejorative says just add a period/decimal after the whole dollar amount. Orange Red says Adam was first. I watch IRL, but this is a lie. Joseph Fazio says, yo, Adam, what the fuck is up? Orange Red says, Adam, Tim Viewer, I know Jack is full of BS. KF says, Adam provided balance. Ian's borderline abused. SCFU says, Adam and his bread was the first guest. Jack Murphy did 0. Hunter Biden's crack pipe. Ian is currently discount Adam Krigler like store brand Mountain Dew. Shit. Bass player 2011 IFY says, Tim and Adam were like the Magliozzi brother on Car Talk. Oh, those guys are great. Click and Clack, the Tapper, they call them the Tappert brothers, right? Hunter King says, I stopped watching Timcast after Adam got booted. SCFU says, the bottle of whiskey was the last time I watched. Orange Red says, everything Jack says in this interview is a lie. Yeah, it really is bad. It's really bad. Joshua Gonzalez says, I don't care that Jack's back because I really only care about cinema in this YouTube space. There's a lot of people like him in our sphere, and it's annoying. Bunch of people learning talking points. Wait, so you only care about cinema? Why are you like, I'm glad that you're here, but why are you here? What brought you here, man? AZ Omega says, just caught up on the Krigler show, and now I'm getting a double dose of Ricada and Adam. Good times. C. Goody says, since you're on this late, can I get a toast from my uncle, Dave Weisgold? He was always knew how to put a smile on everyone's face with his jokes. Genuinely a great guy. Found dead by the maid at a hotel this morning. F. Holy shit. F's in chat for Dave. Yes, I will get a little, we'll do a toast for that, C. Goody. Of course. Of course. All right, here we go. To Sigurdi's uncle, in quotes, which tells me influential, positive male role model in his life that is not his father, and probably not his actual uncle. To Dave Weisgold, a man who is magnetic, a man who is charismatic, who would bring joy and smiles to people, a man who would spread joy from himself to others by the simple act of being who he was. A person that we could all use around us from time to time to remind us that not everyone is a colossal pile of garbage, and some people are genuine rays of sunshine. May Dave shine on. May his ray travel into the afterlife, but may his light never leave the people he touched. Cheers. All right. Orange Red says, let's just be honest. Tim got famous for Occupy Wall Street. He also said Tim's head is going to explode when he hears this. AZ Omega says, the hubris of this guy, Jack literally thinks he's the secret sauce. Jared Hawley says, thank you so much. I've already got 4 times the money amount tonight than in the past 2 months. I appreciate everyone. Thanks again. God bless you all. Hey, Jared, good luck, brother. Good luck. I really hope that works out for you. Matt Fleming says Leah Thomas is more based than Jack Murphy. Also has a bigger penis. Stango says Jack thinks you wanted him on because he's famous. Jack thinks he made Tim Pool. You only ever heard of Jack because of Tim Pool. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, no. I liked his one take and I thought it was interesting and nuanced. I wanted to have a discussion about it, and then he went and ruined it. Jar the First says, found you this year and love listening to you at 1.5 speed. Okay. It's my 11th wedding anniversary. A toast for my wife's patience, her long suffering. Jar the First, to 11 years. To 11 years of marriage. 10 years is magic. It's a momentous occasion. And 11 years is back to the work. It's back to the life. It is the magical yearly moment, not the magical decade moment, not the monumental, but the normal, but the ordinary. And that's where magic lies. That's where magic lies in marriage, is in the ordinary. It is the everyday. It is not the honeymoon. It's not the decade. It's not the 20 years. It's not the 25. It's not the vow renewal, right? It's every day when you wake up. Turn your head and see that person that you choose to be by. That's the 11th year. And it's fucking great. May you have many more 11th years. Cheers, brother. Evie Warner says, man, missed everything because my breaded self keeps falling asleep in the recliner like I just turned 41 this week and I'm old and fat. Mock me if you want. I'll just keep stuffing my face with birthday cake. Evie Warner, you are impossible to mock. You are impossible to mock because you know who you are and you're cool with it. And that is what people miss. Mockery affects those who are not secure in themselves. Happy birthday, Evie. Enjoy sleeping in chairs. I fucking love it. Daniel Erler says, I found a dead woman rotting in the trunk of my car today. I drive a Honda Civic. There was a post-it note on the body that just said the C word on it. Oh, no. Cody Bradshaw, welcome to Paralegal. Poorly Redacted says, which is less masculine, getting pegged in a straight relationship or being the sub in a gay relationship? Also, YouTube censorship is what mods are. Getting pegged in a straight relationship is less masculine than being a sub in a gay relationship. There you go. There you go. That's just objective truth. Like, look, if you're the gay, that's fine. I don't care. You're going to sometimes be the bottom. You're going to sometimes be the top, whatever. But that's you. That's what you like, right? Like, that's your thing. Getting pegged is emasculating. It is literally the definition of emasculating to have the woman enter the man. That is the opposite of masculinity. It's over. It's done. Plus, a bunch of Spartans who were the most badass warriors in the world took it in the ass a whole bunch. So, I mean, it's got to be at least a little masculine. I didn't say it's more gay. It's less masculine, Mr. Obvious. That's what I'm saying. Ryan says, can Adam read a page of Jack Murphy's book Unbreaded Style? We did that. Potentially Criminal says, don't put juicy and Jack in the same sentence. See Goody says, coffee is made of water. This is a joke, right? I mean, coffee is made of water, but you do change the pH of the water by infusing it with something else. Duval Diesel 904. I have Duval. I haven't read all of it yet. I've seen bits and snippets, but I haven't had time to like sit down and think about it. I'm hoping to get you an answer. I have seen your DMs. I just haven't had time to sit down and process all of it. My day got kind of sidetracked. Donnie Stanley says Jack is definitely deplorable, but not in the way his book title suggests. Correct. Orange Red says Boyce is known for getting peeps down, getting peeps to drown themselves. Yeah, I wonder if he does it in this interview. I don't know. I don't know how it turns out. I'm curious. Printer God says, Adam, what's under the beanie? We covered that. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Morning, Nick. Jack doesn't have a hoo-hoo under the beard. He's just got a hole where he keeps his rear plug. His chin is the outside part of the plug. See Goody says, TLDR, I'm a chameleon. John Jack Goldman / Murphy. Mandy Karavich says, guaranteed Nick said fuck in kindergarten. No. It was definitely third grade. It might have been before third grade, but it was definitely third grade. I got in trouble for it, actually. We were in typing class, and I had to type bucket, I think is the word. And I typed on purpose, I typed fuck it. And I turned to Calvin. Calvin was a black kid, and he had a crescent, like a hardline crescent cut into his hair. So it was pretty big. His hair is very short, like black guy hair, right? Very, very short. But he had it shaved down to nothing for a crescent, not like an Islamic crescent, just kind of that sort of moon shape on his part, like on where a part line would be. And I was like, hey, Calvin, check this out. Right? Like, and he looks over at my screen, he sees it. Motherfucker calls the teacher over and rats me out. Motherfucker does this. I have to call my dad. They send me to the office. I'm in third grade. They send me to the office. I have to call my dad. I'm sitting there like sobbing. And my dad's sitting there at work. My dad worked at Cray. And he's like, what? What's going on? Why are you calling me at work from school? I typed a word into the computer typing class and got in trouble. What word was it? The F word. My dad says, you're grounded from rated R movies. That's it was bullshit. It was bullshit. What a Calvin, if I ever find you, you asshole. I'm going to tell you that was a bitch move. Third grade would have been, you end third grade at 8. No, you end third grade at 9. To whoever asked, is that like 6 or 7 years old in the States? It's 8 and 9. Mr. Obvious says, I just don't see how Jack Murphy comes back from all this, especially after he ran away like a coward. I don't think so either. I think he's gonna just try and scrape something together to maintain. Cynthia says, not Trumpian, Nick. He was trying to be Peterson. Okay, so real quick, I need to round out the story. My My dad banned me from rated R movies, or he grounded me from rated R movies. I swear, for like a month or something. I swear it was a day or two. A day or two went by. My parents had an event, and they were going to have their friend's daughter, who I still know, and she's super sweet, come over and babysit me. She was going to come over and babysit me, and my dad said he said to me, "Look, your mom and I have a thing going on, but you're going to have so and so come over and babysit, and that'll be fine. But we'll rent you I Come in Peace." Dolph Lundgren, right? Dolph Lundgren's I Come in Peace. I think it's called Dark Angel now in the States, but at the time it was listed as I Come in Peace. It's like, we can rent that or whatever. And I looked at him and I said, "But Dad, you grounded me from rated R movies." And he said, "It's probably best not to remind me of that." It was great. It was perfect. And yes, he did rent. So I got grounded for a while from rated R movies, but it ended up being like a day. So it was fantastic. My dad's fantastic. Geomancy Games says, "Instead of promoting this interview, have me on your show for a segment to help promote my cancer-riddled body's YouTube channel, trying to make content to help pay for some post-cancer treatments." Wait, what? Like, what will we talk about, Geomancy Games? Pat Maloney says, "I'm a little bit behind. Glow Stick Nick is killing me." Amber Black says, "Not gonna lie, Jack creeped me the fuck out and would usually skip IRL when he was on Timcast IRL, I assume." Mike Oxlong says, "Hey, Rackets, I'm about to close out." We did that one. Jackson Kai, quote, "I wasn't being paid. Not that I'm complaining. Is how people complaining about not being paid. Tim didn't tip him enough on Chatterbait, apparently." Look, we're in new media land, ladies and gentlemen. Most of the people who guest on most of the shows, we don't pay each other. Like, we don't do that. Some of the bigger shows, like Timcast, they flew me out and accommodated me for the show, which is great. Super appreciated. They didn't have to, but they did. You Are Here, same thing. But these are big productions. You Are Here is a Blaze production. Timcast is Timcast, which is huge. When people come onto my show and it's a remote appearance, they're not going to get paid. And when I go on their show, I would never think I wouldn't even consider asking them to pay me. It's just part of the social media network. It's different than the traditional media. We are mutually boosted by those appearances. That's why we have people, "Hey, where can people find you? Let me put your links out there. Let's go do this thing that you're working on. Promote your book, promote your webpage," whatever it is. That is the payment. It's get eyes on my stuff would be great. If that, and some people don't even want that, but most people don't want to be paid. And when you start finding people who are like, "Well, if you want to have me on for an interview, it's good. Look, I gotta make my money for the day, and I can't do that if I'm on your show. So like, maybe you need to compensate me a little bit or something for it." Oh God. Yeah, I've only ever offered to pay one person anything, and it was Drex for the 24-hour stream, and he turned it down, of course. So let's see. Orange Red says, "Every day the mob is trying to take down Tim." Amoeba says, "Jack is a parable for the ages. As a personality in the public eye, I am terrified. They'll find out I logged into E-Bomb's world in the early 2000s. Yes. Steve says, "Do Friday Night Tights split the super chats between the guests?" I have never gotten anything from Friday Night Tights when I guest on there, but I will say that some of the people on Friday Night Tights, that show, I don't know how it's structured. I'm not saying I don't know, but that show might be a joint business venture that is hosted on Nerdrotic's channel. So there are some people who are on Friday Night Tights every day. They might be getting paid from the show. I don't know anything about that. As a guest, I have not gotten anything, I would not ask. And if they offered, I would decline. That's just how I roll. But I don't know their business arrangements. You'd have to ask them. Darth Vader says, good evening, Adam. He's gone now. Brian Law. Thanks to our prophet, Matthew Harris, a parent teaching their kid to ride a bike is now a hilariously disturbing image. Yes, it is. Mick Chilla says $10 to give the little ones ice cream. Just kidding. Give her 2 Trump scoops. We'll do that. Thank you. True and honest Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf. Kara says, please tell me you know how to properly cook gumbo, not the soup crap they call gumbo up there. No, my mom's from Slidell, dude. I know how to make gumbo. I love doing it. And you know how it goes. It starts with a roux. Gumbo is a stew, not a soup. It goes over rice. It should be full of stuff, and it should be delicious. Joe T says Lexus or Westlaw. I prefer Westlaw to Lexus. The John Beck says, never been to an anime con. Matsuri hasn't listed hotels yet. Are there discounts on listed ones? Do you have suggestions on hotels? I typically stay at the Hilton Americas for when I go to Matsuri. But them not listing hotels, I don't know what's going on with that. Bad Dragonite says, lightning just struck right near me at work while I was listening. Here's $5 for being lucky. Lamau, good. Glad you're alive, buddy. Second 2NDWO2. I don't know what that stands for. Says, are you planning on doing an Acer Thorn stream from Tokyo with love? Mr. Mediker is going to come on the show probably next week. We just are working out the time. He has DM'd me now, so we have contact again, which is great. We're just working out the time, and once we figure that time out, I believe we will be talking about Acer Thorn suing Sid Alpha. So I think that's going to be on the menu. We'll probably talk about anime. We'll talk about jokes, and we may end up talking a little bit about Ethan Ralph because he continues to be retarded. Whew. There we go. Poorly Redacted says, if Games Workshop published an erotic novel named Love Hammer 69K, would you still collect it? Oh, dude, I'd collect multiple. That'd be hilarious. That'd be great. I've always wanted to know if Space Marines are packing like a giant 4-foot penis and they just rip apart Sisters of Battle in the aftermath, right? Like, don't you want to know that? There we go. Oh, shit. Art the Clown says, what's it got to take for you to admit the quartering is totally a coward when it comes to Johnny Depp? Sure, Johnny is a drug addict, but not violent. I haven't seen the quartering's coverage of Johnny Depp. So what's it going to take? I have no knowledge of what he says at all. Is he not on Johnny's side or what? I've no idea. So there you go. All right, guys. That is the show. Thank you so much for joining me on this impromptu midnight to 5 a.m. show. After my poor daughter was in the hospital. Again, she's all good. She's all fine. We would not have gone to the hospital if urgent care was open because it was not an emergency per se, but it was, she needed something that we didn't have. And so we were able to get it there, but it was not like it was not like she was injured or in danger. And I thank you all for your well wishes on that. It's always really, really heartening. Icon of Sin. I cannot do Twitch tonight. It's 5 a.m. Like I said, in 7 hours, I have to be at a family function and I have to sleep and cook gumbo before that. So it's going to be rough. All right, guys. We'll be, but tomorrow if Flashcast ends at a reasonable time, I'll be doing Twitch tomorrow. I might not do Elden Ring. I might do some movie stuff. And if after the, family stuff is done, if I can do some sort of afternoon stream, evening stream, that's on the table too. We'll see. I wanted to get some Twitch in before we get back to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I really would like to. So we'll see what happens. C Goody says we need a 40K novel where they exterminate us all furries. Yes, but we already have that from Flash Kits. And the Burke says, have a good day's sleep. Thank you. Good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. We'll see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law